The Sabres back in the win column after beating the Flyers 5-2.
Return pass picked off by Doan. Great play. And then Ostlund with a stick lift comes up with a puck for Samuelson. Scores! That was teamwork by Buffalo right there. 2-0 Sabres.
Rasmus Dahlin scored 2 goals. Ryan McLeod, Jack Quinn, Matthias Samuelsson all scored as well. After last night's win, they're 14-2-0 in their last 16 games. How about them, Sabres? They're back in action tonight on a quick turnaround for 05-06 reunion night, hosting Montreal. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all of the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills gearing up for the Broncos in the divisional round kickoff set for 4:30 on Saturday. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, safety Jordan Poyer, wide receiver Tyrell Shavers. They did not practice yesterday. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end AJ Epinesa, tight end Dalton Kincaid, linebacker Matt Milano, defensive tackle Ed Oliver, defensive end Greg Russo, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited. So a lengthy limited report there. And Josh Allen was upgraded to a full participant along with Matt Prater as well. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Giants are expected to hire John Harbaugh as their next head coach. So swift move overnight. Jordan Schultz reports the Bucs will interview former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their offensive coordinator vacancy. The Ravens completed an interview with former Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter for their head coaching vacancy. And the Commanders interviewed Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores for their defensive coordinator vacancy. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
And comes to the near wall where it's picked up by Dahlin. He turns inside with a shot. Score! Rasmus Dahlin on the power play. And it's 1-0 Buffalo. Benson with a backhand. And Vladar, far post is there. Back in front again. Scores! What a pass! McLeod sends it in front. And the Sabres get their 3rd goal of this hockey game. Now out of the corner, Samuelson. He puts it off the boards. Does not get out. Alex Tuck gets it out. He'll take the return feed. He'll carry it in, slide it through, and an empty net scored by the Buffalo Sabres with 39 seconds to go as Tuck and McLeod combine for the empty netter.
And now the Flyers will pick it up and bring it back. Oh, what a hit by Campbell! Holy mackerel! Campbell stepped into his check in the blue line. Now they're all chasing after Campbell. Try to clear it across ice, does. Quick shot. Score! JP Dumont! It's all over! Do you believe? 3-0 Buffalo in games! JP Dumont, 5 minutes and 5 seconds into overtime! This baby is history!
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Reunion night at the arena. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Thursday. A lot of snow on the ground.
Lot.
Yeah. Driving in, like we were waiting last night, is Buffalo Public Schools going to close? My kids go to Buffalo Public Schools. And are they going to close? Usually you find out the night before. Yeah. I'm driving into WBEN, listening on the radio, and everybody's closed. Closure. And my wife's texting me like, what do you think? I'm like, I can't believe it's not yet. There's a lot of snow on the ground, and there's 4 to 8 inches still forecast.
Yeah.
And then as I'm walking in the doors to say, hey, a lot of closures, no BPS yet, it's closed. Okay, so there you go. So Buffalo Public Schools closed. Full closure list at WBEN's website. You can listen to continuing coverage at WBEN. A lot of school closings. And I'd say it's one of those ones that makes sense. You know, I don't think the drive-in is treacherous, but it's slower.
It's definitely slower. It's the right combo. It's just enough snow now where you're driving in, and on the right, you got people with their hazards going 10, and on the left, you still got the pickup trucks that are flying a little bit.
I'm in one of the trucks, so maybe that's why I don't feel it's treacherous, because I have a vehicle that's a little bit ready for it.
And I'm in the middle. I don't have a truck, but I do a 4-wheel drive. So I'm still taking it 20 miles per hour under the speed limit.
I've got the 2-wheel drive sedan covered, and let me tell you,
the 10
it
mile
was
per hour
treacherous.
hazard guy.
He is.
I was not, though. I
Okay.
was not. I will have you know. I am more than confident in my ability to not fling that thing into a wall somewhere.
I saw an 18-wheeler flying around on my way in this morning. That was a problem.
Well, everybody stay safe. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't. It's bad enough right now to close schools, as they have in a lot of the area.
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard Aaron Minkowski on WBEN say 4 to 8 more inches today.
Yeah.
On top of what's
quarter inch per hour, I saw.
All right.
Yeah.
We might be here the rest
more
of
than
the
that.
rest of the night. Or rest of the day and night. Anyway, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, Owen the Parlay Killer, Alt Joe, who once bet on Mike Tomlin. We're all here and hanging out with you. It's reunion night at the arena. We've got a lot of Sabre stuff to get to. Of course, Bills and Broncos getting closer and closer. Our rundown for today. Paul Hamilton at 7:30 on last night's Sabres win over the Flyers. Quick turnaround to play Montreal tonight. I have some inside info on why reunion night is tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I had wondered that. Like, well, you play the Flyers the night before, and Danny Brier's their general manager, so isn't that weird?
Very easy answer and explanation.
Okay.
They want reunion night to be their own broadcast.
That's a great point.
Boom. There it goes. Like, okay,
Easy answer.
TNT took that game, so
Yeah, they're not doing that on a TNT night.
can't be that game.
Yeah.
So
There you go. That makes sense.
That's it. That makes total sense. All right, we want to have it be our own broadcast.
So it's TNT's fault that Danny Brier won't be there tonight.
Correct.
All right.
Now, if you're wondering if Chris Drury will be there, many wonder if he'll get fired today. So
Maybe he'll become a fan.
if he can get a plane,
Is he going to text them back today and be like, "Hey, guy, something came up. I'll actually be there."
turns out I'm available.
Right. Yeah.
Like maybe.
They lost 8-4 last night.
Yeah, they were down 5-0, I believe. Yeah.
And we got fire Drury chants in Madison Square Garden.
Yeah. So that's one of the reasons. The other reason, like, to think about, they got to get all these people together. There's Ryan Miller's catwalk for charity.
Right. Yeah.
Can you line it up with that? So, there's a bunch of stuff going on. Can you get guys here?
We got it.
Yeah.
We got it. I'm glad they're doing it. They really, I think credit to the, because they didn't really have to do it. Right? Like, I mean, maybe you think they did, but it's not a team that won a Stanley Cup. It's not a team even with a banner up in the crowd. Like, you kind of got to know that it's the most beloved team in this team's history, arguably. At least, in a certain generation.
Sure.
So you got to know that, and you got to be willing to fly, I'm sure, a lot of people here from Europe and wherever. So I credit to them, because I don't think they really had to do it, but I am very glad that they are. I am very excited for tonight.
Yep.
Even just to, see a bunch of old dudes walk out on the ice and hear their names called. That's it. Right? Like a lot of nostalgia. We're going to hear Hurricane 2000, I'm sure, 1,000 times.
Into it.
Over the next 16 hours. So
it'll be against the team Montreal tonight. This game is, kind of big in the standings and for the playoff race. When I think about that season, Montreal, they were good too, but I don't really remember a single game against Montreal.
I remember a moment. I remember Vanek taking a slap shot in a shootout.
UA. Okay, there you go. That's a moment. That's a moment.
So there would have been a game that went to a shootout, I guess.
Yeah. Real quick, as a goalie, Owen, do you know that play? The Vanek shootout slap shot by Cristobal UA?
It's the best. There was a moment when I was still playing. I was represented by the same guys that represent Vanek. And I got to go to a camp, and Vanek showed up one day.
Oh, wow.
And he, they came up to me before the camp started, and they were like, just so you know, we know you're a Buffalo guy.
Yeah.
We think we're going to get Vanek, and Stafford was the other guy.
Yeah.
And I, borderline started crying, because Vanek was my guy when I was younger. Yeah. And that goal is one of those things that, I remember as a kid being like, that's the coolest dude ever.
Yeah.
And the other one was the around the world move in the shootout, which he did on me in that skate, which is the crown jewel of my days playing.
Did you
personally.
Stop it?
I did.
Nice.
Wow. That is you need to put some sort of plaque up, because he did that move on Hasek and scored.
Right.
All I'm hearing
and
is
he didn't score on Owen Parker.
All I'm hearing is you're better than Hasek.
It was really cool.
Hearing,
and in that same skate, Drew Stafford
yelled
at me, which was awesome.
Oh wow! What for?
I tweaked a groin or something and was kind of limping.
Yeah.
And he was like, "If you're hurt, get off the ice."
Wow. Gotta respect
And
it.
I was like, I love that. I loved it because I knew that's kind of him a little bit.
Jerk.
And it was definitely a little mean, but I loved every second of it. It was awesome.
Well, he's not going to be there tonight. So.
Stafford?
No, he wasn't on that team.
Yeah. No. Vanek?
He was a rookie.
Yeah. Is he going to be here tonight?
He's on the list.
All right, good.
I think the only names I saw that aren't on the list are the 3 that are GMs right now.
Brier, and Brier.
And then I didn't see Ludman's name. I didn't see Tony Ludman's name.
He's just off.
He's still devastated from Game 7.
He's off somewhere just like lifting logs on a mountain or something.
I could see
Rocky.
I could see Tony
4.
Ludman like being a guy. It's like he's climbing Everest. Like I'm busy.
Yep,
that type of guy.
He was great. Vanek, man, like Vanek is an all-time. He's definitely not forgotten, but man, he's. I don't know what like he's just same with me, Owen, about Vanek. Like I loved Vanek. I loved the lazy Vanek jokes. If you search Twitter lazy Vanek, we had so many good jokes. Like there were Chuck Norris jokes, but it was about Thomas Vanek being lazy. Like it's just the best. Like Thomas Vanek scores in overtime because he's too lazy to go to a shootout. Like stuff like that. Like we had so much fun with Thomas Vanek. So tonight's reunion night, and it'll be a great crowd, and the Sabres are, juiced up. And they might not have used a lot of energy last night on the way to a win over Philadelphia.
Yeah.
5 goals on 14 shots.
Which is a record for the Sabres in games they've scored 5 or more goals. They've never scored that many goals with that few shots.
All right. Good. Nice win. And tonight, Montreal. So it's great. Everything's great. The only problem is maybe Josh Norris is hurt. And my first thought on this was that I don't know if the team will do anything about it. Let's say, hypothetically, Josh Norris is out for a month. Mm-hmm. I want to give credit for a thing that might happen. I think the Sabres have a GM that might do something about it now. Mm-hmm. And I think that previous GMs, plural, would not have done anything about it. Right? The year the Sabres lose Jack Quinn early, and it's like, all right, well, that guy was really going to be an important part of what we did. Oh, did you replace him? No. Didn't do anything about it.
Quinn early or Eichel?
Quinn. There was a Quinn. There's a year where they lose Quinn for a long time early. Sure, Eichel.
Oh, wait. During the offseason, he got hurt. Yes.
Offseason, he got hurt. Are you going to do anything about it?
No, they just said, well, Olofsson will be able to do it.
Sure.
And then he scored 6 goals.
Never made a difference. Never, hey, something has happened. Will you do something? The answer might be no for Yarmo here. But I have at least the belief that it's possible. Yeah. And we'll see if anything comes from that. Hopefully, Norris is not hurt because he's been playing very well on a very good line. Like the Sabres have good lines, plural.
Right.
And they look like a good team again. And Luukkonen last night, shout out to UPL because
he was great.
We get a lot of people that are slow to believe in him. And I feel like his season is slowly building to belief again.
Yeah, his last 7-game stretch here has been pretty perfect.
Yep.
There's been one bad game, I would say, in the 7 games.
Yeah, he is really he's changed some stuff in his game to me, or at least some stuff has clicked for him that really has brought him around a little bit. He's a lot more comfortable on his feet, and he looks like he's just reading the game a lot better. And it's really letting him use his assets that he does have. Like, he's an incredible athlete.
Yeah.
We saw that last night with that first period save on Gerbankin. It was ridiculous. And if he's able to just eat pucks and be on time to plays, he can be very good. But the reason that I have been so hard on him is, he has not shown that he's confident in that ability consistently. And this is a time where, you can build that up. And really start to feel that and build on his game and trend in a good direction. And I've been really happy with a lot of what I've seen from him. Just he's not sliding as much is the biggest thing I see.
Okay.
He's on his feet all the time. And it's everything for him.
By the way, on the Norris injury, I think that could be very damaging. The thing, though, that I think could almost hold them back from feeling the need to make a trade, if they just slide Ostlund in there and he's doing it. Maybe I'm too high on him. I feel like this was a thing with Peterka. There were a couple people that when Peterka was first coming up, it was like, oh, this guy's going to be a superstar. That level of ceiling. And I was always thinking, I think he's good, but I'm not sure there's much more there than what we're seeing. And maybe there was a little bit more. I'm the opposite with Ostlund. I think every time I see him on a top 6 line, this dude is great. Now. He's a great player right now. and he's probably sliding into that center position. So, I mean, I would give it a week or two. If he's in that spot and it's not really working, then I agree. I think they have a GM right now that would say, okay, even though it's only been 5 games of this, it doesn't look good, I'm going to go make a deal. Because I'm not missing out on this opportunity to do something and make the playoffs. And there's already rumors and tons of reports that like they're involved in big ideas around the league. So that wouldn't be surprising. I also wouldn't be surprised, though, if we just watch the next week or two, if Norris isn't in the lineup and Ostlund is just like, yeah, I'm good. I'm already a top 6 center in the NHL.
He's been good.
Like, right. I look at him like that guy's going to be Dylan Larkin. Just like he's just going to be Dylan Larkin or someone like that.
Fair. They're drafted not that far apart. Was Larkin top 10? Larkin,
he was a little outside the top 10.
15th? And Ostlund is like 14, 16 neighborhood, right?
Dylan Larkin was picked 15th.
15th, okay.
Yeah.
And Ostlund is
16th.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I had that right.
Yep.
I'm no Brayton Wilson when it comes to NHL draft info, but I got some. In there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I've tasked myself with going back in time and finding all of the best Thomas Vanek is so lazy jokes. I'm going to do that and deliver those for you guys.
Was this a bit you guys were doing, or was it just like funny comments?
Oh, you didn't know this?
I don't know. Like I remember some of the bit, like the mic'd up with Marty Baron bits. I remember.
So the Vanek is lazy stuff was. He didn't always appear to be the fastest skater.
Right.
So we'd have callers and whine a line like he's lazy. Yep. And, we turned it into a joke. We made ownership. Like I found an old one here from Brian, a listener. Brian tweeted in 2013, Thomas Vanek is so lazy. He's only playing this well because he knows he doesn't have to go to the All-Star game. Like Thomas Vanek, Sal had one. Thomas Vanek's so lazy, he didn't dump it in. He played it off the wall to himself instead. Like, Thomas Vanek is so lazy. I mean, we had so much fun. Here's one. Another good one. Thomas Vanek is so lazy he doesn't even look when he passes the puck. He must have had like a no-look pass.
Okay, yes.
Like it was all about that. Yeah. Just it was the best.
To ring a bell.
Yep. So
was that happening right away with him as a rookie?
No.
Okay,
Thomas Vanek is so lazy he passes to teammates so he doesn't have to score. Like we really turned it into a great bit here.
Yeah.
So there's a couple in here about like gambling, but that's a different storyline. Anyway.
Someone added, by the way, there's a couple others that won't be there tonight. Adam Mayer, Nathan Pache, Chris Thorburn, Jeff Gilson. So you got some of like the guys that played like, a couple games.
Sure.
Although 2 guys in there that played in Game 7.
Thomas Vanek is so lazy he kneels down in team pictures. Again, like another really, really good one. So we had so much fun with that team. We had so much fun with that team, the 05-06 Sabres. And they're back tonight for, the reunion's on. Maybe the most interesting thing of all. And I don't know what we're going to do about it, and I guess we got to respect his privacy. But Maxim Afinogenov is on with Sabres Live yesterday talking with Marty.
Yeah.
And the story of how Marty got 43 and they were going to give Max 43. Max said, oh, no, he wanted 61.
Right.
And then Brian Duff asks Max, why 61? He's like, that's my secret.
Right.
And instantly, there's nothing on earth I want to know more.
I want to know. I think we deserve to know.
Because 61...
As a people.
61...
There are like thousands of his jersey every day at the arena. For the last 20 years, he is like the most popular jersey still. And I think at least everyone that has a jersey should get a letter in the mail. Like, this is why.
Right. It should be printed on the neck and the inside. Like, only you look at this. Here's the reason why.
Right.
Because 61 seems like the kind of number that, like, the equipment guy gives a young player, and then it just sticks.
Yep.
And no.
That's what 43, I guess, would have been for him.
Sure. A lot of players get that kind of thing. No, not this case. 61.
Yeah.
Okay?
61. Right. I want to know, like, what could it be?
Listen,
why would you feel the need to keep it a secret also?
All I'm saying is, if they don't put skates on Max tonight, it's a big missed opportunity.
Oh, he's got to do a lap.
Get him on some skates.
Yeah. I mean, he was playing like 4 years ago, so he's probably still got in shape to do it.
803-0550, our phone number if you want to join us. We've got stuff on, of course, Bills, Broncos. The Bills yesterday talking about the altitude and what they're doing to adjust for the altitude. Deion Dawkins was really funny talking about this. Allen talking about it. Allen's got experience, of course, playing at Wyoming, talking about how it definitely is an advantage, like a home field advantage for the Broncos. The Denver media, I've got some stuff from them. There's a little bit of They are having a constant argument about Bo Nix. That's my read on what Denver's season is. You got articles how he's no good. Then you got articles like, what are you talking about? He's got the same numbers as Josh Allen passing the football. Like, okay, they're arguing about whether or not Bo Nix is good over there. So plenty to get to on that as well. We've got a Denver guest coming on tomorrow.
Yeah, the altitude. Did you know Laramie, Wyoming is
7,000?
It's the highest elevation university in the United States.
All right, so Allen's got experience.
Yeah, 7,000 feet, which is about 2,000 feet higher than Denver.
Okay.
So Allen's done it, like more than anybody else probably in that locker room that hasn't played for the Broncos. And I don't know if they have anybody that's played for the Broncos.
Yeah.
So he would be used to it. I mean, it's years ago. He's also the quarterback, right? So he's not sprinting on every play like some guys. He does run a lot.
He might. He might have to in this game.
There are sometimes he looks a little tired out there when he's, when he runs 3 times in a row.
Yeah, the Denver pass rush is legit.
That's right. But again, like I would trust that he's gonna know the deal. He also played there one time in the NFL, and he scored. It's like the most points he's ever scored.
Yeah.
56, maybe?
We watched them light up the Broncos and never thought about the altitude once.
No, never. So I'm trying not to think as much about it and think about it being at least that big a deal. Not enough. There are these little, shots that are being fired our way that are because I went into the week being really confident. And it's like, bam, there's wide receiver injuries, but they're depth wide receiver injuries, but Shavers blocks. And like, okay, no, that's not enough. That's not enough to make me nervous. And then Poyer is probably going to miss. And like, that's important, but no, not enough. Not enough to make me nervous. The elevation. Like, oh, they're not used to the elevation. Not enough. I haven't had a thing come across our table here yet that has made me nervous about this game. I'm still pretty darn confident that they're going to win it.
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Mainly because I listened to Joel Klatt, him, like at ESPN.
College football
and NFL guy. And what he said was, can you guys, he was talking to the Denver radio guys, and Mark Schlereth is on the show, and said, can you guys think of a single game they played this year where you were happy with what the offense looked like?
Denver?
Yeah. One game.
Did they have an answer?
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Really.
What's their best game on offense?
What their games have been pulling it out at the end. Bo Nix has 10 games where they're trailing in the fourth quarter and win?
Yeah.
And his point was you are not going to be able to get away with that. And this offense is going to have to find arguably its best day of the year in order to find a way through.
They scored 44 on Dallas early in the season, but also everyone was throwing on Dallas.
Yes, that's right.
But I would give them that. That's a bad defense, but they put up 44 at home one time. But other than that, yeah, I mean, are you impressed by them scoring 28 on the Bengals? Not really?
No.
You impressed by them scoring 27 at Washington with overtime?
No.
Yeah, I don't see much. 34 against Green Bay maybe is not bad. So maybe there's a couple in here and there. Every time I watch them, though, it was the same thing. Just I don't see anything that's really all that dangerous. There was nobody on that offense that ever scared me. Jacksonville, I would say, might have 3 guys that intimidated me more than anybody on the Denver offense.
Cortland Sutton is good.
He's good.
And Troy Franklin is kind of good. But, yeah, after that, not too concerned. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I'm still scrolling through my Thomas Vanek is lazy. Yeah, we got, just so many really good ones. Thomas Vanek scored tonight, so he doesn't have to clean out his locker.
Is it your guys' fault that everyone thought he was lazy, or this came after everyone thought he was lazy?
Oh, this was a direct response to people
that
claiming
thought he was lazy.
He's a lazy player.
Because that used to drive me nuts.
It is also funny, I'm thinking about, we were talking with Lindy yesterday about the memories and the reunion, and when you asked him about Max, I didn't say, but I wanted to say, healthy scratched him in Game 4 against the Rangers. But then again, he scored in Game 5. Yeah. And Vanek was healthy scratched in Game 7 against Carolina.
Right. Vanek was a scratch a lot in the 06 playoffs. He played, I want to bet he played, I'm not going to look right now, less than 7 games in that entire postseason run. He played in the 06 playoffs. And, they would have played, 6 against Philly, 7 against Ottawa, and 7 against Carolina. He played 10. He played 10 games of the, what was that? 20 games? He played half.
Okay.
So he was a scratch a lot. And he was a rookie, so, maybe that wasn't totally surprising. And it worked. Almost. Just kept the defenseman healthy.
I've got to compile the list. These are just too good. Too good. All right, we'll get a couple calls in and, talk Bills. Larry in South Florida. Larry, you're up. Hey.
Hey, good morning, guys. I know Owen brought this name. I asked who this guy was, and Owen answered it, and I already forgot his name. But there's a forward from St. Louis, starts with a K. Kyrou, is that his name?
Jordan Kyrou, yeah.
Yeah. So I saw an NHL analyst posted, it was yesterday, that this guy would be a great fit on the Sabres. And if Norris is hurt again, which is – the guy is so talented. It just reminds me of Kincaid. He's so talented that every time he's on there, you think he's going to get hurt. Like Kincaid on that touchdown, he got up and started limping. So what happened that made the guy start limping just from that? It's – there's just some people that are just so injury prone, and it looks like Kincaid and Norris are of that mix. But if this guy is as good as what I read, and we went after him, what do you think it would take for us to give up? Because they were talking prospects in the article, and I don't know if you guys saw that.
There is not a prospect that I would name them. See ya.
Non-NHL prospects, you're saying, right?
What do you mean? Like who?
Like you wouldn't qualify. Would you qualify Ostlund? Is that right now?
No, he's a player on the team. He's a player on the team.
Okay, then I'm with you.
If you have not played for the Sabres, I'll trade every single one of them. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. It's like Hellenius and other players I don't know about who they are.
Guys that are playing in the QMJHL.
Can I interest you in an Oskari Laaksonen?
There's no way that guy is still in the Sabres organization.
All right. 803-0550. Reunion night with the Sabres. They won again. The vibes are great. Tonight, a challenge. Back-to-back. We got Colton Ellis in net.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Here we go.
Okay.
He's a wild man.
That's right.
He gets results most of the time.
Wild Colton.
Man, it's scary.
Let's everybody strap in. All right. It's coming up. What else? Paul at 7:30, Sal at 8. John Harbaugh looks like he's taking the Giants job. We'll dip into the coaching carousel, get more of your calls, get you ready for Bills Broncos. If you can stay home, stay home. A lot of snow out there and more coming. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. And Lukin last night, shout out to UPL because
he was great.
We get a lot of people that are slow to believe in him, and I feel like his season is slowly building to belief again.
Yeah, his last 7-game stretch here has been pretty perfect.
Yep.
There's been one bad game, I would say, in the 7 games.
Yeah, he is really he's changed some stuff in his game to me, or at least some stuff has clicked for him that really has brought him around a little bit. He's a lot more comfortable on his feet, and he looks like he's just reading the game a lot better. And it's really letting him use his assets that he does have. He's an incredible athlete.
Yeah.
We saw that last night with that first period save on Gerbankin. It was ridiculous. And if he's able to just eat pucks and be on time to plays, he can be very good. But the reason that I have been so hard on him is he has not shown that he's confident in that ability consistently. And this is a time where you can build that up. And really start to feel that and build on his game and trend in a good direction. And I've been really happy with a lot of what I've seen from him. Just he's not sliding as much is the biggest thing I see.
Okay.
He's on his feet all the time. And it's everything for him.
So tonight's reunion night, and it'll be a great crowd, and the Sabres are, juiced up. And they might not have used a lot of energy last night on the way to a win over Philadelphia.
Yeah.
5 goals on 14 shots.
Which is a record for the Sabres in games they've scored 5 or more goals. They've never scored that many goals with that few shots.
All right. Good. Nice win. And tonight, Montreal. So it's great. Everything's great. The only problem is maybe Josh Norris is hurt. And my first thought on this was that I don't know if the team will do anything about it. Let's say, hypothetically, Josh Norris is out for a month.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give credit for a thing that might happen. I think the Sabres have a GM that might do something about it now. And I think that previous GMs, plural, would not have done anything about it. Right? The year the Sabres lose Jack Quinn early, and it's like, all right, well, that guy was really going to be an important part of what we did. Oh, did you replace him? No. Didn't do anything about it.
Quinn early or Eichel?
Quinn. There was a Quinn. There's a year where they lose Quinn for a long time early. Sure, Eichel.
Oh, wait, during the offseason he got hurt. And, yes.
Offseason he got hurt. Are you going to do anything about it?
No, they just said, well, Olofsson will be able to do it.
Sure.
And then he scored 6 goals.
Never made a difference. Never, hey, something has happened. Will you do something? The answer might be no for Jarmo here. But I have at least the belief that it's possible. Yeah. And we'll see if anything comes from that. Hopefully, Norris is not hurt because he's been playing very well on a very good line. Like the Sabres have good lines, plural.
Right.
And they look like a good team again.
The Sabres back in the win column after beating the Flyers 5-2.
Return pass picked off by Doan. Great play. And then Ostlund with a stick lift comes up with a puck for Samuelsson. Scores! That was teamwork by Buffalo right there. 2-0 Sabres.
Rasmus Dahlin scored 2 goals, and Ryan McLeod, Jack Quinn, and Matthias Samuelsson all scored as well. After last night's win, they're 14-2-0 in their last 16 games. How about them, Sabres? They're back in action tonight on a quick turnaround for 05-06 reunion night, hosting Montreal. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills gearing up for the Broncos in the divisional round, kickoff set for 4:30 on Saturday. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, safety Jordan Poyer, wide receiver Terrell Shavers did not practice yesterday. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end AJ Epinesa, tight end Dalton Kincaid, linebacker Matt Milano, defensive tackle Ed Oliver, defensive end Greg Rousseau, and linebacker Shaq Thompson. They were all limited participants. Some good news, Josh Allen was upgraded to a full participant along with Matt Prater, but still a lengthy injury report. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Giants are expected to hire John Harbaugh as their next head coach. Jordan Schultz reports the Bucs will interview former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their offensive coordinator vacancy. The Ravens completed an interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter for their head coaching vacancy, and the Commanders interviewed Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores for their defensive coordinator vacancy. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
play by McLeod. He'll play it up for Zucker. His backhand pass. That's a turnover in the slot. Power post pass, and Luukkonen gets over to make a great save in this game.
Mr. Dan Dunleavy on the call. One of the Firth moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. UPL had some gems last night. And the Sabres beat the Flyers and will host Montreal tonight for 05-06 reunion night at the arena. Lots of the players from that team, one of the most beloved teams in franchise history. And looking forward to it tonight. Be down at the arena tonight. Have a good time. Sneaky Joe's wearing his red butter knives Afinogenov jersey.
Hell yeah, I am.
One last ride for this jersey.
You tell I'm excited. Yeah, so this jersey, which is signed, is going behind glass. I broke it out for just tonight's game.
Nice.
And then it's going behind glass forever.
You're
so
wearing
the front of this jersey will never be seen again after today.
Oh, that's perfect then, because I was going to say you're going to wear it to the game.
I'm going to wear it to the game tonight.
And if you spill something on yourself, it kind of doesn't matter because you're going to show the back in the display case.
Okay, I guess that is a
you could get
good way of
mustard on
approaching it.
that logo, and it wouldn't matter.
Yeah. I am going to have to make sure that there's nothing that's been spilled by accident. Really, see, okay, this is maybe not good, though, because, right, the back is the value. This is a rare jersey. Like, these are very hard to find.
Butter knives?
Oh, yeah, and especially, if you want a specific player, impossible.
Yeah. I have a Chatan butter knives.
Okay. So, like, there's a risk. I am trusting not just myself, I am trusting more so the person that is going to be sitting behind me.
Right.
Because if that person spills a beer or something, then I've kind of ruined something that is not really replaceable.
There's one solution.
Or it is, but it would just take probably a giant sum of money. What's the solution?
Wear it backwards. Now you're in control.
Yeah, but now I'm in control.
Now you look like an idiot. Why was that guy wearing his jersey backwards?
Here's your solution.
Yeah.
You got to sit in the 300s at the very top, so there's
Last
nobody
row.
behind you.
That's right.
Or
Last row.
I could just buy the seat behind me and have nobody sit back there.
There you go.
That's a baller move.
What an idea.
Wouldn't you have to buy like the area around you though? Like what if someone comes in on a diagonal?
So you want me sitting somewhere up top maybe with a buffer.
I love
like a 3-seat buffer all around me. And I'm just sitting there by myself.
You just roll into the arena with a bunch of cash. Like, excuse me, it's very important that no one gets mustard on this jersey. Like, why don't you just take it off? I'm not going to do that.
Right, we need to go in with suits on, like a Secret Service group,
There we
and just
go.
like body block around.
There
with
we
Joe.
go. Maybe I should just not wear it.
You got to look like Rob Ray after he got hit in the face with the puck when they put him up there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, good morning, everybody. Sabres win. We'll get some calls in. I've got a good trivia question for you, some football. JP Dumont will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. So, reunion night tonight. Paul in Buffalo. Paul, good morning.
Guys, these teams bring me back to when I first started contacting the station, really. I was in the Army from 02 to 07 and spent a lot of my time in Southwest Asia and the Middle East. I used to email the station from my final duty station, which was Camp Arif John, Kuwait, which was a nice, relaxing place after having been to war. I would email the station. I think it might have been Brian Koziel who would read my emails on the air, and it was Paul from Camp Arif John, Kuwait. So, 20 years, really, I have been contacting this station in some way, and it was this team, and specifically Vanek, Roy, Afinogenov, Pominville, when they all came along and burst on the scene that just, I don't know, I always loved the Sabres, but they just took the fandom to a new level for so many of us. They were so exciting to watch play, and I just want to throw out there, out of those four guys I named, Vanek, Max, Roy, and Pominville, who was the best? At different times, Max led the team in points one season. Vanek was easily the best goal scorer. Derek Roy is the most underrated all of them, in my opinion.
Roy had a point.
Probably the best two-way.
Right, Roy had a point-per-game season mixed in there. Like not a lot of Sabres have done that.
I think Max did as well.
The year we're talking about that they're celebrating tonight was the closest he came. Oh, no, you're right. The following year, 06-07, Max had 61 in 56 games. So...
Yeah, I mean, there were times Max was unstoppable on the ice when his hands would keep up with his feet, and you're looking at him and like, holy crap, this guy's elite. And then his hands would go away for 3 weeks. An amazing play. All four of those guys amazing, and I guess you'd call any of them the best of the four, but I loved all four of them. And I think a lot of those four guys and the youth and the excitement they brought to the game just took Sabres fandom to a whole different level for an entire generation of us, all about the same age as me and you.
Yeah. And Paul, I might say, Like, I don't know that this team on the ice today is going to be like 05-06. But 05-06, that team did come after a little mini drought, right? Like a 4-year drought where they're not in, and there's a lockout, and then bang, they're good, they're young, and season tickets explode, and everyone kind of buys back in. And the Sabres probably have a similar opportunity here. I'm not saying they're going to be 05-06 and the most exciting team in hockey, but if they were to make the playoffs this year, I bet they just jump season ticket sales by like 4,000, and people buy back in really quick. Like, you can just tell going to these games that people want to jump back in as soon as there's something to believe in.
100% agree with that, because I think two things. And Darlene even said himself last night, I have more levels to me. But what he's done from a leadership standpoint, I've never seen on this team. You got to go back to Ryan Miller, the last time we had a leader like Rasmus Dahlin. And you can tell his teammates believe in him, love him. Matthias Samuelsson, what he's done this year, I still just shocked at how great he's done this.
It's like Tage. Like, Samuelson's on the Tage arc where, wait a minute, it turns out he's awesome.
Yeah, it's incredible. So there is a lot of buy-in. And these guys make the playoffs. I think you're going to see a full building every game next year. Guys, have a great show.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I mean, like, it's this gets to the day Jarmo was hired, and we talked about it the next morning. I said, careful poo-pooing the idea of just making it. It will matter a lot.
Yeah.
It will matter. What they've done this year already matters a lot. So
yeah. Samuelsson, by the way, like I actually said this on my podcast last week. I think right now he's on my list of the 3 most insane developments I've ever seen in a Sabre uniform.
Tage?
It's Tage, it's him, and I think it's Campbell.
Okay, yeah, Brian Campbell.
Because Campbell went from his 7th defenseman to, oh my God, he's like their best defenseman.
Right, I can remember taking calls. Brian Campbell's an AHL defenseman, and then he's, awesome.
An all-star.
Yeah, consistently.
Samuelsson, by the way, you go to his elite prospects page, which have all of his stats going back to when he played 13U. The most goals he ever had in a season was at Northwood School, U.S. High School Prep School. He had 14 goals that season. He's currently on pace for 15.
Nice.
That's insane.
Yep.
He had 7 goals in his NHL career coming into the season. He has 8 in 43 games. And they're all good shots, right? Like, he's just beating goalies straight up. Maybe that'll go away. I kept saying that, but, like, it's 43 games now, and it's not. They should have had their first 3 goals last night were all by defensemen, right? Or no, it was the first 2. It should have been 3 because Byram missed a wide-open net, like, in the crease. Their blue line scoring, well, Dahlin did score 2 last night, so I guess you could have easily had 4 goals from your defensemen last night. Like, how active they are, I don't know if that reminds me of the 06 team. Maybe that's a thing that's more about this team. Like, that is one of their biggest strengths. They have 4 defensemen that can all play offense, including Samuelsson, which is the most nuts part of all of that.
This is the first time we've taken a call like this, but Matt in Youngstown is going to tell a story. Hey, Matt, what's up?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wanted to chime in on your comment about the jersey and someone spilling. I got tickets last minute to the Panthers game on Monday night, and I was sitting in 300s, like aisle 5, and a guy right above me booted a pizza right onto the back of my sweatshirt. So what you're talking about is not hypothetical.
Booted? Like, so dropped. He dropped it. This isn't like the...
he didn't puke.
Was it? No, like at Fenway Park when the guy threw a slice of pizza at another guy? That's not what we're talking about.
This was... I think he just opened the box, and it just slid right off, right onto the back of my sweatshirt.
Yeah.
So... yeah, be careful with your jersey.
You
all right. Don't want to ruin it.
Be aware of your surroundings. Thanks, Matt. I would also advise don't sit in front of my kids are not going to this game, but if they were, don't sit in front of them when they've got ice cream cones.
I should almost make a call after I see who's sitting behind me and make a judgment.
All right. New idea.
How about I just wear a poncho?
Bingo. That was it.
Yeah.
A clear trash bag poncho.
Yeah.
Yeah, just be the one guy in the arena wearing a poncho.
Wearing a poncho.
I think that's your answer. If you want to wear that,
it's not
tonight,
a bad idea.
It's not the worst idea.
I'm starting to be convinced I shouldn't wear it.
All right. When we get back, I've got good trivia. Sabres win 5-2 over the Flyers. The Sabres and TNT last night. Hey, how about being on TNT and instead of the 1,000-yard stare game kind of vibes? Like you're rolling, you're winning.
Yeah.
Paul Bissonnette's cozying up with the Sabres, and they're having fun with that too.
I think they actually did a pretty good job.
They did a really nice job.
Pretty
with that.
funny.
Yep. So
if you didn't see it, because they played it right at the beginning of pregame, right?
Yeah.
Like Rob Ray is like threatening like the paddle, and then he ties him up in front of the net, and it's Dahlin, Metza, and Kozak that starts shooting pucks at him. Yeah. Like that was a funny bit.
Has Biz had a lot of Zach Metza takes?
I don't think so. I think it was probably, hey, can we get Dahlin and then just whoever else we can throw our way.
Who wants to take some extra shots?
Who's got acting chops?
There you go.
Back in a playoff spot.
With
games in hand. By points percentage, they're 5th in the East.
All right.
It's really good.
Your move, Yarmo. Right?
Yeah.
What do you got, if anything? 803-0550. Good trivia. When we get back, you'll all be able to play along, and we're ready to rock. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. And Lukin last night, shout out to UPL because
he was great.
We get a lot of people that are slow to believe in him, and I feel like his season is slowly building to belief again.
Yeah, his last 7-game stretch here has been pretty perfect.
Yep.
There's been one bad game, I would say, in the 7 games.
Yeah, he is really he's changed some stuff in his game to me, or at least some stuff has clicked for him that really has brought him around a little bit. He's a lot more comfortable on his feet, and he looks like he's just reading the game a lot better. And it's really letting him use his assets that he does have. Like, he's an incredible athlete.
Yeah.
We saw that last night with that first period save on Gerbankin. It was ridiculous. And if he's able to just eat pucks and be on time to plays, he can be very good. But the reason that I have been so hard on him is he has not shown that he's confident in that ability consistently. And this is a time where you can build that up and really start to feel that and build on his game and trend in a good direction. And I've been really happy with a lot of what I've seen from him. Just he's not sliding as much is the biggest thing I see.
Okay.
He's on his feet all the time. And it's everything for him.
So tonight's reunion night, and it'll be a great crowd, and the Sabres are, juiced up. And they might not have used a lot of energy last night on the way to a win over Philadelphia.
Yeah.
5 goals on 14 shots.
Which is a record for the Sabres in games they've scored 5 or more goals. They've never scored that many goals with that few shots.
All right. Good. Nice win. And tonight, Montreal. So it's great. Everything's great. The only problem is maybe Josh Norris is hurt. And my first thought on this was that I don't know if the team will do anything about it. Let's say, hypothetically, Josh Norris is out for a month.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give credit for a thing that might happen. I think the Sabres have a GM that might do something about it now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that previous GMs, plural, would not have done anything about it. Right? The year the Sabres lose Jack Quinn early, and it's all right, well, that guy was really going to be an important part of what we did. Oh, did you replace him? No. Didn't do anything about it.
Quinn early or Eichel?
Quinn. There was a Quinn. There's a year where they lose Quinn for a long time early. Sure, Eichel.
Oh, wait. During the offseason, he got hurt. Yes.
Offseason, he got hurt. Are you going to do anything about it?
No, they just said, well, Olofsson will be able to do it.
Sure.
And then he scored 6 goals.
Never made a difference. Never, hey, something has happened. Will you do something? The answer might be no for Yarmo here. But I have at least the belief that it's possible. Yeah. And we'll see if anything comes from that. Hopefully, Norris is not hurt because he's been playing very well on a very good line. The Sabres have good lines, plural.
Right.
And they look like a good team. Again, Okay. I have good instant trivia, and then I have the fun Denver-ish stat that's kind of trivia but kind of isn't. And I asked these guys what they wanted in the break, and then they said the fun Denver stat. But I've kind of ruined that because Denver's the punchline.
All right, we can do it the other way.
We'll do both.
Do however you want.
Come on.
Here's what I have. Ready? What do Pittsburgh, Miami, Minnesota, Vegas, the Jets, the Titans, and the Browns have in common? Pittsburgh, Miami, Minnesota, Vegas, the Jets, the Titans, and the Browns.
How long it's been since they've won a playoff game?
I mean, they all don't have quarterbacks, really.
Close.
Yeah.
The answer is
the worst quarterbacks in the league this year.
Okay, that is your answer. Those are the 7 quarterbacks teams with a lower drop back success rate than Denver.
Wow.
Whoa. That's it.
Yeah, and those are all bad
They are
situations.
25th in drop back success rate.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Pittsburgh, Miami, Minnesota, Vegas, the Jets, the Titans, and the Browns.
That's crazy.
That is not where you want to be.
No.
So anyway, I was listening yesterday to a lot of Denver breakdowns, how they think the way for them to win this game, they must stick with the run. They must. They think that's what went wrong last year when they lost here 41-7. It is truly amazing the number of times a team will lose and the takeaway is just like, they just should have run the ball more.
Yeah, I know.
No matter what happens, they should have run the ball
Should have
more.
run it.
Because running the ball is safe. And you don't lose the game running the ball, which is why.
When did you really even want, like, those people? When did you want them to run it?
No idea.
Like, you didn't want them to run on the last drive, obviously.
You didn't want them to run on their first drive because they scored by bombing it over the top of the Bills.
And as soon as Hancock went in for Poyer, they started gaining some success and went on a couple of touchdown drives. Yeah, like I would question when early in the game, I guess would be the answer. They had a couple of series in a row. They had a turnover on downs. They had a punt, a 3-and-out. They had a couple 3-and-outs. So I don't know.
It's one of these spots where the Broncos are 15th in drop back EPA, and in rush EPA they're about in the same spot. They're just like a middle team with a great defense and a good coach, and they had a good year where they won a lot of close games, and they absolutely should be underdogs to the Bills.
This is where, though, they should have run the ball more. If you score points, you force teams to not have that option. Because, all right, sure, you're running the ball at 6 yards a carry. Congratulations, you're doing really well. It's not going to keep up with our 8 yards per pass.
Right.
If we're throwing it and we're scoring and succeeding doing it, you can be successful running the ball. Your running is not as successful as our passing, so you better figure out how to pass, or you're going to lose.
Most teams' running is not as successful as their own passing.
Why did Tampa lose to the Bills earlier in the year? They ran the ball great, but them running the ball great doesn't average as much per play than the Bills passing great.
There are limited returns. The returns are not as big when you run it a lot as you pass it really well. So, all right. Also, I saw Scott Kazmar had the stat that Bo Nix in games where the winning team scores more than 17 points, he is 1-8.
That's insane. That's insane.
1-8 when the winning team versus
in 2 years.
Winning teams that score more than 17 points. So good luck. Are they going to hold the Bills to 17?
Would you take 18 points?
No, I think the Bills will get above 18 points. Maybe that's bold,
but I feel like they could win with 18 points.
I am not looking past Denver's defense. I think Denver's defense is very, very good. I just don't think it's going to be enough. And I'm officially at the point where my confidence is making me nervous. Maybe a lot of you out there that are
confidence is making you nervous?
Yes, my confidence.
Interesting.
I don't get nervous.
Then it's not confidence.
Oh, it's confidence.
But once the nervousness comes in, then that is immediately depleting the confidence.
Yeah, fair point.
You're almost not allowing, there's no possibility for you to be confident.
Well, the nervousness is in the confidence. I'm so confident that if they were to lose, it would be genuinely shocking, and I'm nervous about being shocked. Had they lost to Jacksonville, I was kind of ready for that.
Same, yeah.
And this time, I'm not. 803-0550. We'll talk about this matchup. Bo Nix, the Bills, what they've got to say about playing at altitude. We're 2 days away. Sean McDermott joins Sal today. It's kind of like a Friday, even though it's Thursday. And Sal will speak with the head coach. So we get guys ruled out today. We'll know a little bit about Jordan Poyer. Looks like he probably won't play, right? He's missed 2 days of practice. So that comes your way today during the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Snow and more snow is coming. Lots of closures out there. You don't have to go anywhere. Don't. And a lot of kids staying home from school today. Full closure coverage at our sister station, News Radio 930 WBEN. Jeremy and Joe, it's reunion night at the arena for the 0506 team. Talking Sabres and talking Bills Broncos with you here on WGR. And Lukin last night, shout out to UPL because
he was great.
We get a lot of people that are slow to believe in him, and I feel like his season is slowly building to belief again.
Yeah, his last 7-game stretch here has been pretty perfect.
Yep.
There's been one bad game, I would say, in the 7 games.
Yeah, he is really he's changed some stuff in his game to me, or at least some stuff has clicked for him that really has brought him around a little bit. He's a lot more comfortable on his feet, and he looks like he's just reading the game a lot better, and it's really letting him use his assets that he does have. He's an incredible athlete.
Yeah.
We saw that last night with that first period save on Gerbankin. It was ridiculous. And if he's able to just eat pucks and be on time to plays, he can be very good. But the reason that I have been so hard on him is he has not shown that he's confident in that ability consistently. And this is a time where you can build that up and really start to feel that and build on his game and trend in a good direction. And I've been really happy with a lot of what I've seen from him. Just he's not sliding as much is the biggest thing I see.
Okay.
He's on his feet all the time. And it's everything for him.
So tonight's reunion night, and it'll be a great crowd, and the Sabres are, juiced up. And they might not have used a lot of energy last night on the way to a win over Philadelphia.
Yeah.
5 goals on 14 shots.
Which is a record for the Sabres in games they've scored 5 or more goals. They've never scored that many goals with that few shots.
All right. Good. Nice win. And tonight, Montreal. So it's great. Everything's great. The only problem is maybe Josh Norris is hurt. And my first thought on this was that I don't know if the team will do anything about it. Let's say, hypothetically, Josh Norris is out for a month.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give credit for a thing that might happen. I think the Sabres have a GM that might do something about it now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that previous GMs, plural, would not have done anything about it. Right? The year the Sabres lose Jack Quinn early, and it's all right, well, that guy was really going to be an important part of what we did. Oh, did you replace him? No. Didn't do anything about it.
Quinn early or Eichel?
Quinn. There was a Quinn. There's a year where they lose Quinn for a long time early. Sure, Eichel.
Oh, wait. During the offseason, he got hurt. Yes.
Offseason, he got hurt. Are you going to do anything about it?
No, they just said, well, Olofsson will be able to do it.
Sure.
And then he scored 6 goals.
Never made a difference. Never, hey, something has happened. Will you do something? The answer might be no for Yarmo here. But I have at least the belief that it's possible. Yeah. And we'll see if anything comes from that. Hopefully, Norris is not hurt because he's been playing very well on a very good line. The Sabres have good lines, plural.
Right.
And they look like a good team. Again,
The Sabres back in the win column after beating the Flyers 5-2.
Return pass picked off by Doan. Great play. And then Ostlund with a stick lift comes up with a puck for Samuelsson. Scores! That was teamwork by Buffalo right there. 2-0 Sabres.
Rasmus Dahlin scored 2 goals, and Ryan McLeod, Jack Quinn, and Matthias Samuelsson all scored as well. After last night's win, they're 14-2-0 in their last 16 games. How about them Sabres? They're back in action tonight on a quick turnaround for 0506 Reunion Night, hosting Montreal. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all of the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills gearing up for the Broncos in the divisional round kickoff set for 4:30 on Saturday. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday, still pretty lengthy. Cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, safety Jordan Poyer, wide receiver Terrell Shavers, who we found out had a torn ACL, did not participate yesterday. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, tight end Dalton Kincaid, linebacker Matt Milano, defensive tackle Ed Oliver, defensive end Greg Russo, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited. Josh Allen was upgraded to a full participant along with Matt Prater, so some good news there. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Giants are expected to hire John Harbaugh as their next head coach. Jordan Schultz reports the Bucs will interview former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their offensive coordinator vacancy. The Ravens completed an interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter for their head coaching vacancy, and the Commanders interviewed Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores for their defensive coordinator vacancy. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I mean, last year, the plan going into Buffalo was run the ball a bunch, keep the game tight, and have a chance late on. And then Sean Payton spiraled mid-game and started, throwing the ball over the yard and got us in trouble, and you saw where it went. You even saw the altercation on the sideline where Vance Joseph was trying to calm him down and get him back to the game plan. And so that's the thing. I just don't think there's a lot of faith here in Sean Payton sticking with the run game when he's got to be the smartest guy in the room throwing it all over the yard. I mean, Bo Nix led the NFL in passing attempts this year, which is an absurd thing if you've ever watched this offense.
Benjamin Albright on the Broncos. In that playoff game last year, the Broncos ran for 4.6 yards per attempt. Javonte Williams, 7 for 29. Mm-hmm. Nix was their best runner, 4 for 43. Scrambling. So, hey, you'll never go out of business saying, like, that team should have run it more when they lose. You lose a game, you should have run it more. That's always the autopsy. Bills and Broncos, we'll get to that. We're also talking Sabres. They win last night. Maybe a Josh Norris injury. That'd be bad news. So we'll wait to see how long he is out for. But he was ruled out during the game as he will not return. So we'll see. He's, of course, struggled with injuries his entire career. But the Sabres win again, 14-2 in their last 16, and back to it tonight. Montreal in town and reunion night for the 0506 team. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I'm rocking my goat head hat. Yep. Joe's got his red butter knives jersey.
Yep.
Also along the way,
they never wore that in the playoffs, I don't think.
The red butter knives?
I don't think they ever wore red in the playoffs.
What year is that jersey? Isn't that 01?
Did they introduce it? I don't think they brought in, like, what was it, Red Hot Fridays or something?
Did the 0506, they never wore that?
Yeah, they did.
They did?
They wore this 0506 in the regular season.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
But not in the playoffs.
Is that when it got retired?
Yeah.
Because 06-07 they introduced a new jersey, and that one goes to the...
And different colors.
Right.
So.
Different colors, the
different
slug,
logo.
Everything.
Yeah, so it ended there. I don't know what the last game would have been, but they definitely wore it in the regular season. In fact, the Vanek slap shot goal against Montreal in the shootout that we referenced earlier, I think he's wearing the red jersey. Vanek wore the red jersey for sure. That's how you know they wore it that year, because he obviously that he was a rookie.
Yeah, I'm at NHLuniforms.com. There it is, 2000 to 2006.
6 years.
The white, the black, and the red.
It's a pretty good tenure for an alternate. 6 years.
It's a good alternate, right?
It's a very good alternate. I did not like it when they brought it back when they did the reverse retro thing.
Yeah.
Because they made it white. And, like, I feel like the whole allure of this jersey is
red.
The red. Like, the logo's fine. The logo's cool. But this jersey is about the red, I think. Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it my favorite jersey in Sabre history, but it's gonna be up there.
At NHLuniforms.com, it's going through Sabres uniform history. Yeah. Like, there's the one you're wearing right now, the red one.
Yeah.
And then there's the Buffa Slug. All right. Featuring an innovation never seen before, the number on the upper right of the chest.
Right.
Like they're wearing their numbers.
They're the first to do that.
0708, the redesigned Buffa slug, a little bit changed, I guess.
They made the logo bigger, if I remember, and then some of the silver. They changed some of the silver, I think.
2008, 2010, a new third jersey featuring navy blue and silver. That was like the original cross swords, but modernized. 4 years of fan discontent. They kill off the slug. They go back to the regular cross swords, and they introduce the 40th anniversary blue one, which I think is a beautiful jersey.
That might be my number one.
13, 15, more no changes. 13, they introduced arguably the wildest alternate jersey in the history of the NHL, a gold front and a navy blue back. It becomes one of the more wild designs from years past, look rather tame in comparison.
Yep.
Arguably the wildest alternate jersey. It was wild.
I mean, it was a monstrosity.
And the numbers, the silver numbers, that was something.
I mean...
That was something. Anyway.
The yellows didn't even match on the front. Like, the center...
I know.
If you ever look at the Steve Ott, picture when he, broke into the arena and, introduced it, the front of the jersey, the torso yellow, is different than the yellow on the arms. It's just,
it's wild.
Even that. How is that possible? How is it, one shade of yellow off on the same jersey? Yeah, that was bad. Silver numbers, right?
Mm-hmm. So
that's the one. I'm good with them. If they want to bring the slug back, just as a nostalgic, we're doing this for, just to sell jerseys. And some people, I look back now and it makes me feel good because they were good when they wore that jersey.
Yeah.
Do you want to wear that a little bit? Go ahead. You want to bring something back with the red jerseys? They definitely should do something with the 40th anniversary jersey someday.
Mm-hmm.
I never need to see any iteration of that yellow monstrosity for the rest of my life.
The turd burger, as it was dubbed.
Yeah, never again in any form.
On the Sabres, you can join us if you want. They won again. They play tonight. A win tonight would be, I don't listen.
14 of 16.
14 of 16.
Hey, they played in the AFC, they would have been the 1 seed.
There you go.
I mean, they look good doing it too. I mean, last night look good? They had chances, even though they didn't really pile up shots.
14 shots? It's kind of nuts.
They hit, how many posts did they hit last night? Benson hit the post. Tage hit the post. Byram, I still don't know how he hit the post on his in the first period. Sure, they only had 14 shots, but, man, I felt like they could have had 7 goals in that game. And they probably got a bad goalie night from Vladar on the other side, but they've looked good in this stretch, all along. It looks real while they're winning, which is the thing that gives me confidence. This doesn't look fluky. This isn't shootout wins that they're piling up. They're just beating teams.
Is it on the Sabres? And we'll get to Paul at 7:30, and we'll mix in some Bills here too, but if you want to give us a call, you can. It's kind of wild right now. 14-2, what did they do? They climbed out of the basement and into the wild card race. Meanwhile, the rest of the division, while they were in the basement, even the top of the division looked like it was kind of close-ish.
Yeah, because it wasn't expected to be a good year for the Atlantic, and it began that way.
Right. And now
they all look great.
I don't want to say that you might want to – listen, they're playing so well, and their point pace is great. I don't want to write anything off just yet. I wonder how long they can kind of keep up an accelerated point pace. They are 5 back of Montreal.
Right.
With a pair of games in hand. Okay, but the top 3 in the division, is somebody coming out of there? Montreal's won – is 6-2-2 in their last 10. Tampa's won 10 in a row.
Yep.
Is Detroit coming out of the top 3? Maybe.
I've been waiting for Detroit or Montreal to do it. I've always felt Detroit's more likely, but it hasn't really happened yet.
I feel like I feel pretty good about the Sabres making it. They look like a good team. And if they could find their way to consistently jump into the 3rd spot instead of living in the wild card, this feels like you're living on the cut line, whereas if you get to the top 3, not only is that locking potentially in, but the difference in who you play is a big deal too. The wild card teams are playing Tampa and Carolina, and if you're getting into the top 3 in the division, you're just going to play Detroit or Montreal. And we'll see. Here I am looking at playoff matchups, and life is good.
It is crazy because the Sabres, in this 14-2 stretch here, that's no surprise, number 1 in the NHL, although maybe it would be surprise you because Tampa's on an 11-game win streak right now. But the Sabres in that stretch, most points in the league. Second most points in the league, Tampa. They're in the Atlantic. Fourth most points in the league, Montreal. They're in the Atlantic. Fifth most points, Detroit. They're the Atlantic. 4 of the top 5 teams in the league since December 9th, when that Sabres win streak began, 4 of the top 5 are in the division, which is tough. Like, you would think a stretch like this, they would absolutely be in a top 3 spot. Mm-hmm. And it's not their fault. This is why, like, hey, tonight, and you've got 3 games this month against Montreal, like, I don't think you're catching Tampa. They're a veteran team. They're going to figure it out. But if you want to spark that collapse by either Detroit or Montreal, win your head-to-heads, or you're not catching them. Because they could pull away very easily with head-to-head matchups this month. Big games.
Montreal lost their last game in overtime. They played on Tuesday. They lost to Washington. 803-0550 to join us. You can give us a call on the Sabres and 0506 night, kind of like looking back, sharing memories of that. Whether it's about – I'm trying to think of like the things that I remember about the team that you wouldn't. Because you're in love with them. You're a lot younger.
Right.
The lazy Vanek stuff, which that kind of blossomed more like in 2010, 2011.
It might be we had this experience last year with the McKee to Linder thing where I thought McKee was like their best defenseman. And you're like, no. To Linder and Ludman were locked down. I think I because again, I'm 11, like how much of a sense I had for who was actually great and who maybe wasn't as good as I thought.
Yeah.
Then, like, now I look back and I think, like, maybe Kodalik wasn't as good as I thought he was back then. Or maybe, I guess McKee would have been on the list for this.
We're going to talk to JP Dumont at 9 o'clock this morning, and part of that Sabres team, like, they were great, and they had to say goodbye to a couple people going into 06-07. It's McKee and Dumont that are the guys that leave.
And Brier.
Brier, too, yeah.
But those two,
Brier, too. But Dumont goes
But
to
those two
Nashville.
were the ones who got paid.
Yeah.
Because McKee got a huge contract. Dumont got a big contract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they, like, made their decisions and tweaked the roster and were great again. And then, of course, something happened after that. Marty in West Seneca. Hey, Marty.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good.
I want to know why the Sabres don't wear white at home anymore. That was customary years ago at the old Odd when I had standing room only tickets.
The NHL went away from that for a long time because they believed that I guess the numbers would back it up, that colored jerseys sell more than white jerseys. So you would have your team at home wearing the colored jersey so people would, buy the colored jersey. They've gotten away from being so rigid on that, right? We've seen some white at home occasionally.
Occasionally. There was a rumor about a year ago that the league was looking at doing white at home again, and there hasn't been anything on that since. There was a story from last month. Here it is at ESPN.com. NHL Board of Governors want more color versus color games.
I think it's a great idea.
They might do that. I don't think they'll ever go back to white at home. And I would love them to as well, but it's about selling their own jerseys, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
and color versus color depends on who you play. Like, can the Sabres in a game last night play blue versus orange?
Sure. You could play Montreal color versus color. You could play Detroit color versus color, right?
Yep,
like when you
blue
play
and
teams
red.
that wear red, especially.
Yeah.
Like that would be perfect. Florida. You got a lot in your own division. You would never play Toronto, of course.
No, not unless you're wearing.
Oh yeah, blue or black.
But black and blue might be a little tough.
They wear pretty light blue over there.
Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. Bill's game is bearing down on us Saturday, 4:30. Who's ready? What's the confidence level? Joe and Raleigh. Hey, Joe.
I know Rip's gone, but how did Tyler Kozak get Danny Buray's number? Speaking of that team, that's just crazy to me. And then the other thing is, can you guys talk a little bit about, maybe not now, do some research? The year the Blues, St. Louis won their cup, they were in the same predicament that we were in. So talk a little bit about that team and how they turned things around. Love you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, the Blues went from last to the Cup.
And they were in last later than the Sabres were. They were last, I think, on New Year's Eve. Or on New Year's. So they made up ground quicker than the Sabres even did. Quicker. Like the Sabres started their run a little bit earlier. I don't know if you're jumping to a thought that the Sabres could win the Cup this year. I know they're looking good.
At their low point, the Blues, I think the low point is 17-20-4. on January 8th, and they won a couple games. They went 12-1-1 in February.
Right.
And what did they do? Like, what was it that they did? They they found a hot goalie?
They did that, but I think they fired a coach. I think.
I don't.
Did Berube come middle of the season?
Yeah, you might be right. Yo might have gotten fired for Berube, and they
Yo.
called Bennington up, and it was like all of a sudden, bang! They're pedal to the metal. They're going. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Mike Yo went 7-9-3.
They did fire him earlier than I thought, though.
Yeah, it was
November
pretty early.
19th. They fired Yo on November 19th, so maybe you want to credit that, maybe you don't. Goalie got hot, though.
I mean,
they finished the season 30-10-5.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
But look at that roster, and then look at the Sabres roster, and it's not a world of difference there.
No, their leading point scorer was O'Reilly, and he had 77.
Right. I mean,
yep.
You're going to get more than that out of Tage, and you could get more than that out of Dahlin.
The thing I would wonder, though, is that team. I mean, the jump here is that team won the Cup.
Right.
That team makes the playoffs, and I've got experienced playoff players pretty much all over the place, right? Petrangelo, O'Reilly, is TJ Oshie still on that team, maybe? I'll have to pull up the roster. Maybe he's gone.
Don't think so anymore.
But they've got veterans.
David Perron, Petrangelo, as you mentioned.
Right. And this team, I
Jay
hope...
Bouwmeester's on that team.
There you go. Was on that team,
There you go. I hope we get to this place. This is a wonder of, what would the Sabres do in a playoff series?
Right.
Because that Blues team had been there before and had experience with it. How much do you think that matters? Because this team, you look up and down the roster, and Tuck and Zucker have it, and I'm not sure anybody else does.
Right. Yeah, I feel like if they make it, which, of course, would be great, and they win a series, it'd be great. It's funny hearing the new GM, Jarmo, talk about, the farther they go, the more upset that he is, which I can understand that. You're closer and closer to the ultimate goal, but I tend to have the opposite view of that is the farther you go, the better the ride, and someday maybe you'll get to the top. But if the Bills go to the Super Bowl, let's talk about that for the Bills.
Yeah.
Is anybody feeling not worse, but the nerves get higher the farther they go? I expect them to win this game. If they have the AFC Championship game against New England or Houston, that week is going to be intense, and then if they go to the Super Bowl and lose, you do have some fans that would say something like, I wish they lost in the first round instead. I don't want to build up the hope only to be crashing down.
The heartbreak at the end.
It's kind of the thing that Jarmo says about, I feel worse after we lose later.
Yeah.
That said, if they were to win a playoff round, the Sabres, and then go to the offseason, it would be so different. Not, what are you going to do to get those last 10 points to get into the play? Instead, it would be about, what are you doing with a playoff team to be a better playoff team, to go farther? Instead of just clearing the cut line, what does a GM for this team making moves look like if he's trying to get them past a certain team in the second round or win the division?
Yeah, right.
These are things that 2 years ago, many Sabres fans might have punted on the idea of ever happening again.
Right.
And it feels live.
It's conversations we haven't had in forever, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Sabres team that we're celebrating tonight got torn down so quickly when Brier and Drury left that I'm not sure it ever made it to this. But wouldn't there have been, if Brier and Drury were under contract and they had lost to Ottawa that way, wouldn't it all have been about, what do I got to do to beat? What happened against Ottawa that I've got to be better at?
Living,
that team was small, right? Wasn't that a part of the conversation? What? Because I'm thinking about Florida in recent years. Florida made the playoffs a bunch of times in a row.
They made a big
and
trade.
They lost. I think they lost 3 times in the playoffs to Tampa, and they decided we are getting pushed around, and they're just more physical than we are, and we have skill, but some of our skilled guys, I think Huberdeau was this, it's not really translating. So let's make a big swing. And we still want a great player. We're not just going to trade Huberdeau for some fourth liner. But, we can get Matthew Tkachuk? Yeah, we should do that. And not be afraid to trade our all-time leading scorer.
Right.
And they completely, with that trade, and they made a bunch of others. They redid the identity of that entire team to make them more built to win in the playoffs. After, though, they had already proven themselves to be a playoff team. That's where I always got annoyed with the Sabres missed by 1 point and did that. And thought, we should change our identity. You hadn't done it yet. You hadn't made it. Do that after you've made the playoffs a couple of times in a row and prove that you have a base that you can actually build off of. And if they were to go to the playoffs this year and next year and get stopped by a team in the second round, then that's when I think a guy like Jarmo might look at it and say, like, okay, I lost to Tampa both of those years. I need something different. Something that I've seen in playoff series that I just don't think you can always fully tell from regular season games.
I'll tell you what you need is a different playoff format, but that's another story.
Well, definitely that.
803-0550. We'll talk with Paul coming up next segment. Quick football note for you. Can I give you a stat of the day in the NFL?
Yeah.
Found this one out. It's funny, like, now that we're in this part of the NFL playoff picture, I'm seeing Broncos clips, Patriots clips, Texans clips, what they think of their own team. And I saw a note on the Texans defense that is just, I mean, you go jaw-dropping, you want it, here it is. It's not just this Texans defense. They've been great for like 3 years defensively. It's just this one is the best version yet.
Yeah.
They keep getting better on defense. In the last 3 seasons, in 3 games in the wild card round, the Texans defense has 5 touchdowns.
Well, okay. In the playoffs?
In the playoffs.
Wow.
In 3 wild card games, they have 5 tough defensive touchdowns. Have they given up 5 touchdowns?
I was going to say
5 defensive touchdowns in the wild card round.
They did get 2 in the fourth quarter against Pittsburgh.
True. Those count.
Those
count. They didn't give up a touchdown against Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Last year they played the Patriots. Last year they played the Chargers, and I know Justin Herbert threw 4 picks. If they got, 1 touchdown that day?
Right, yeah.
I mean, wow. Start of the week I picked Bills to go to New England, and all of a sudden I'm thinking maybe not. Will Campbell, the Patriots left tackle who came back from an injury, he gave up a ton of pressures in that game against the Chargers. Drake May was under pressure against the Chargers, who are a good defense, very good, but they're not Houston. And, man, like, maybe Houston is going to do the job, take care of business on the road. And then we'd have, like a 5-6 matchup in the AFC, Bills at Houston, which would be intense.
That one would scare me more.
Yes, than New England.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know about
the
that.
opportunity.
I'm
not sure either.
I have so little faith in C.J. Stroud. I just don't know which one I'd prefer.
Like the Jags were a little different from this because they came in with like the hottest offense in the league. They're about to play Denver. If they play Houston, like that would be back-to-back weeks or 2 matchups that could be the 2 that are in their way right now from making the Super Bowl that are kind of the same type of team.
Yeah.
It's a defense that scares you and an offense that you feel like is just not threatening at all.
Right. And especially if your Bills defense is going to be in form. Like,
what will it feel like if a season ends to a team like that? Where, like, you just know, man, that offense, not impressive.
How do I lose
that
to Bo
quarterback?
Nix? How do I lose to C.J. Stroud?
Right, you just make it about the quarterback.
Yeah.
You can't lose to Bo Nix. You can't lose to C.J. Stroud. And there are a lot of factors about, like, they have 3 healthy wide receivers on the active roster. Like, there's a lot of things that are challenging to them. But, right, like, I have a hard time. I got there with Lawrence because he had played so well over a stretch. Like, okay, you lose to Trevor Lawrence. Like, he's the hottest quarterback in the league. Maybe you live with that. You lose to Bo Nix or lose to Stroud. That's going to be tough. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow, I think, for everybody.
John Harbaugh to the Giants, and there's a report at ProFootballTalk.com that Brian Daboll urged John Harbaugh to take the job, was complimentary about the Giants, told him Joe Shane will be a good person to work with. It's according to the New York Post that Brian Daboll told John Harbaugh to take that job. It's a good job.
Did he want him to take that job because he wants the Tennessee job?
Maybe. Harbaugh canceled his trip to Tennessee, and he's going to be the Giants coach.
Yeah.
Robert Saleh to interview with the Ravens and the Titans.
The Ravens. Who are they? Are interviewing everybody on the planet? Who's the favorite for that job? I feel like that's the job I have the least, bit of a guess on. I have no idea what they're thinking. Are they going young? Are they going veteran? Are they going defense? Are they going Lamar offense guy? Like, what? I have no idea what the Ravens are doing.
Don't the Ravens first have a conversation about whether or not they're going to trade Lamar?
That keeps coming up. Why would they trade Lamar? Why on earth would they do that? Is he that immature?
Because he's always hurt. Because
Okay.
Because if you're going to try and get out of how much longer do they have him at his peak? He certainly looks like a player coming off of a peak. And
should the Bengals trade Burrow? Like he's injured more than Lamar is.
He might want to get. They might both want to get traded.
I don't know. I think the idea that they would trade him is ludicrous.
Yeah, you never see quarterbacks like that actually moved.
Not on the team's initiative either.
No. Then there's the question, one more, about Miami. Who's Miami interviewing? What's the status of that job? Are they going to talk to Tomlin?
Yeah.
Harbaugh was said to be high on the list. He didn't interview with Miami, right? He was just high on the list.
Right.
Never happened.
Well, because they'll roll out the red carpet for Tomlin, I bet. The state that organization's in. There are betting odds on the Ravens job, and Jesse Minter is the favorite. Jesse Minter and Clint Kubiak.
Yeah.
Those are the two.
803-0550. Paul on the other side to chat with us about last night's Sabres game. We'll get Sal at 8 o'clock. JP Dumont at 9 o'clock. It's reunion night at the arena for Sabres and Montreal. Should be a packed house. Should be a great atmosphere tonight at KeyBank Center. A lot of school closings out there. A lot of snow on the ground. A lot of snow still coming. So, give yourself some extra time if you've got to go anywhere, or just, hunker down if you can. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Not enough. There are these little, shots that are being fired our way that are because I went into the week being really confident, and it's like, bam, there's wide receiver injuries, but they're depth wide receiver injuries, but Shavers blocks, and like, okay, no, that's not enough. That's not enough to make me nervous. And then Poyer is probably going to miss, and like that's important, but no, not enough. Not enough to make me nervous. The elevation, like, oh, they're not used to the elevation. Not enough. I haven't had a thing come across our table here yet that has made me nervous about this game. I'm still pretty darn confident that they're going to win it.
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Mainly because I listened to Joel Klatt, him, like ESPN.
College football
and NFL guy. And what he said was, can you guys, he was talking to the Denver radio guys, and Mark Schlereth is on the show, and said, can you guys think of a single game they played this year where you were happy with what the offense looked like?
Denver?
Yeah. One game.
Did they have an answer?
No.
Yeah, I don't
know. Not
really. What's their best game on offense?
What their games have been pulling it out at the end. Bo Nix has 10 games where they're trailing in the fourth quarter and win?
Yeah.
And his point was you are not going to be able to get away with that. And this offense is going to have to find arguably its best day of the year in order to find a way through.
They scored 44 on Dallas early in the season, but also everyone was throwing on Dallas.
Yes, that's right.
But I would give them that. That's a bad defense, but they put up 44 at home one time. But other than that, yeah, I mean, are you impressed by them scoring 28 on the Bengals? Not really?
No.
You impressed by them scoring 27 at Washington with overtime?
No.
Yeah, I don't see much. 34 against Green Bay maybe is not bad. So maybe there's a couple in here and there. Every time I watch them, though, it was the same thing. Just I don't see anything that's really all that dangerous. There was nobody on that offense that ever scared me. Jacksonville, I would say, might have 3 guys that intimidated me more than anybody on the Denver offense.
Cortland Sutton is good.
He's good.
And Troy Franklin is kind of good. But, yeah, after that, not too concerned. And Lukin last night, shout out to UPL because
he was great.
We get a lot of people that are slow to believe in him, and I feel like his season is slowly building to belief again.
Yeah, his last 7-game stretch here has been pretty perfect.
Yep.
There's been one bad game, I would say, in the 7 games.
Yeah, he is really he's changed some stuff in his game to me, or at least some stuff has clicked for him that really has brought him around a little bit. He's a lot more comfortable on his feet, and he looks like he's just reading the game a lot better. And it's really letting him use his assets that he does have. Like, he's an incredible athlete.
Yeah.
We saw that last night with that first period save on Gerbankin. It was ridiculous. And if he's able to just eat pucks and be on time to plays, he can be very good. But the reason that I have been so hard on him is, like, he has not shown that he's confident in that ability consistently. And this is a time where, like, you can build that up and really start to feel that and build on his game and trend in a good direction. And I've been really happy with a lot of what I've seen from him. Just he's not sliding as much is the biggest thing I see.
Okay.
Like, he's on his feet all the time. And it's everything for him.
The Sabres back in the win column after beating the Flyers 5-2.
Return pass picked off by Doan. Great play. And then Austin with a stick lift comes up with a puck for Samuelson. Scores! That was teamwork by Buffalo right there. 2-0 Sabres.
Rasmus Dahlin scored 2 goals, and Ryan McLeod, Jack Quinn, and Matthias Samuelsson all scored as well. After last night's win, they're 14-2-0 in their last 16 games. They're back in action tonight on a quick turnaround for 05-06 reunion night, hosting Montreal. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all of the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills gearing up for the Broncos in the divisional round. Kickoff set for 4:30 on Saturday. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, safety Jordan Poyer, and wide receiver Tyrell Shavers, who we learned had a torn ACL earlier this week, did not practice yesterday. And linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end AJ Epinesa, tight end Dalton Kincaid, linebacker Matt Milano, defensive tackle Ed Oliver, defensive end Greg Russo, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited. Josh Allen was upgraded to a full participant along with Matt Prater, so some good news there in a lengthy injury report. Around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports the Giants are expected to hire John Harbaugh as their next head coach. Jordan Schultz reports the Bucs will interview former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their offensive coordinator vacancy. Robert Saleh set to interview with the Ravens and Titans for their head coaching positions. And the Ravens did complete an interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter for their head coaching vacancy. And the Commanders interviewed Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores for their defensive coordinator vacancy. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Sabres get a win over the Philadelphia Flyers. They're back to it tonight for Montreal at KeyBank Center for 05-06 reunion night. And programming note, it's a Thursday, but Sean McDermott joins Sal for the Extra Point Show at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll get some players ruled out. I mean, I feel like Ty Johnson's the one to watch. He's missed 2 practices.
Yeah.
And that could be bad news for him. Jordan Poyer, week to week, I think we'll watch him miss as well. Anyway, Paul, another win for the Sabres, just like they drew it up. 14 shots, 5 goals.
They had 8 shots at 5-on-5.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different kind of win. They don't often, I mean, not a lot of teams at all win like that. But how would you review their performance, given that if I just looked at a stat sheet and hadn't watched the game and see 14 shots, I wonder what happened?
But then your eyes have to go over to the other side. They only gave up 22.
Right.
Which really isn't that many to give up either. So it really wasn't a high-chance game when it came to shots. Type of thing. I don't think they played poorly or anything like that. I didn't leave thinking, boy, they got run over. They were lucky to win. They were opportunistic. I mean, they did get 5 goals on the 14 shots, so they were opportunistic in their offense that way. But it just wasn't a high-chance game for either team. Once Luukkonen had made that phenomenal save after the giveaway by Zucker early in the first period, at that point, I thought Buffalo didn't look all that good. But that save just seemed to kind of perk them up a little bit and get them going. And then they started to play a little bit more in the offensive end and got a couple of opportunities and capitalized on them.
They could have had more, Paul, right? Like, even end of the first period, I don't know how Bo Byram doesn't score from where he was on the backhand. And then Tage hits the post. I think they hit the post 3 times in this game.
Yeah, Byram it was on the backhand where he deflected that shot, and it's just, he had his stick just, you know how your stick has to be one way or the other, and it
was crossbody kind of, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately for him, it was a wide open net to deflect the puck into, but it was on the backhand, and it backhanded it off the post and out the other side. And, same thing with Thompson. At first, I thought it might hit the side of the net, post, whatever, but it was a good opportunity, whichever it was. And that one went by the boards too. They had a couple that went wide. So it wasn't a typical, they were awful. They only got 14 shots. They got run over type of a game. It just was a low-chance game, I thought, for both teams.
Well, Paul, in the story, this game might be the power play, right? Because they were 1 for 21 in their previous, I think it was 10 games going into last night, which was, I think, easily last in the league in that stretch. And they'd only generated 26 shots on the 21 power plays. And last night, did you notice a difference? It felt like directly at the beginning of that first power play, it's, okay, we're putting pucks on the net immediately.
Well, Darlene was talking about a shooting mentality to have, and he does. I agree. He's got to shoot more. He's got to make the other team respect the fact that Rasmus Dahlin is back there, and we have to, make sure he's not, finding the lanes and getting shots and that type of thing, because he wasn't shooting all that often. So they could shade over to the 2 circles and try to take away Thompson and Norris, because Dahlin really wasn't making them respect the shot all that much. So the first power play, there was a lot to like. I thought they moved the puck quick. They got good movement. They, of course, had Zucker at the net where he always is, and he took the goaltender's eyes away from him. And then Dahlin was willing to, wait a minute, okay, they're kind of giving me this opportunity to come down the slot. Do it. Take advantage of that opportunity. And I just think the more that he finds opportunities to shoot the puck on the power play, I think it's going to be better, because now it gives the other team something to think about. So, I just think the movement we saw was good. It was crisp. And, of course, you got Zucker at the net, which also helps, too. Now, the other one that Dahlin scored, my first thought watching it before I got to see the replay is, Zucker ran over the goaltender. Mm-hmm. But then you get to see Zucker got thrown into the goaltender. And but you never know. And it might have
even been after the puck went in, too.
And you never know.
Right.
You sit there and say to yourself, this is the NHL. And sometimes, all of a sudden you're going, like Benson a couple of times this year. It's like, what are they calling here? Are you kidding me? Even after the replay shows. So and then the fans were upset later, and I just wanted to bring it up. You can't challenge that has to be, the call, the kicking motion type of thing. Lindy says it's not something you can challenge. And we talked about, even if he could challenge it, would it be wise? Because that makes it, 4-2. And if you challenge it, and with this goofy league, you don't know, even if you think you're sure, you don't know which way it's going to go. And your challenge doesn't go your way, and then it's a power play for the Flyers, and if they score on that, next thing you know, it's 4-3. That's the goofy thing that happened to them in Philadelphia, if you remember, when they lost the game. They challenged, it was the goal, they challenged, they lost the challenge, power play, goal, and next thing you know, the Flyers are away and going. So he goes, we talk about that all the time. Sometimes you've got to just weigh, is it worth it? Even if it is something you can challenge, you just got to say, is it this time of the game, is it worth taking a chance when you just don't know where these challenges are going to go?
Paul Hamilton joining us, chatting about last night's game. Paul, you talk a lot about the timely save. Would you give a few of those to Luukkonen last night?
Yeah. On that giveaway where the Flyers wound up with a 2-on-1 in front of the net, and good anticipation, and he got over and made that save. That was one of the best saves I've seen of the year from him, and it just got the Sabres going. I mean, they weren't getting run over, but I thought Philadelphia up to that point had the better of the play, and he had made a couple of saves before that, but not like that one. But you know what? It got the fans up, it got them up off the bench. It just changed everything into the game, and it just got everybody into the game, because the Sabres to that point hadn't had a shot on goal. It actually took them 9 minutes to get their first shot. Dahlin had their first two shots. One of them went in the net, but it just seemed like it just got everybody up, got everybody going, and I thought the Sabres played much better after that save. It really injected some life into them.
What about the Norris injury, Paul, from last night? I don't know how you see it. Lindy said they're hoping it's not long-term, right? But what do you think? Is that maybe something you think he knows, or is that just like everybody, you would hope it's not long-term?
I wish you would have seen it. When that whole scrum got going, I was watching Zucker, because Zucker made contact with the goaltender if he got pushed, and then that kind of went to the corner, and that's where I thought the scrum was going to wind up, was with those two, because they were going at it a little bit. And then, once my eyes kind of moved a little bit, I saw people like chasing Norris around. And that's all I saw of what happened with him. Looking back at the replay of the goal, he was over in the circle where he normally is, in the right circle. He actually wasn't even covered, and you could see he had his stick cocked, ready for a one-timer if it came his way. So I never saw why were they chasing him around the ice. It's something you see, I wouldn't say quite often, but he does tend to get under the other team's skin every now and then, and I have seen teams chase him around the ice before. So whatever had happened, and as Lindy said, it was a cross-check, it had already happened by the time my eyes kind of shifted over to where Norris was and to see the other team trying to get at him. So I don't know if it happened after the goal or if it happened like before the goal, like 10 seconds before or anything like that. I just never saw anything happen to him because my eyes were over at Zucker.
Yeah, I can help with what started. I don't know where he would have got injured, Paul, but like 20 seconds before the Dahlin goal, so this would have been actually, like, the puck came out and then they brought it back in. So before that had happened, him and Sealer were like trading slashes back and forth. I don't know why, but they were going at it a little bit. And
it could have happened right there. He might have got cross-checked there.
Maybe.
When
the camera went away.
That's when, they might have started, jostling there after the cross-check. So we'll just have to see how that breaks down, and in a back-to-back situation that may not be a good thing or a good sign for him.
Paul, we'll talk tomorrow because there's a game tonight, too. Quick turnaround, Montreal in town tonight for 05-06 reunion night. How about you? Nostalgia, feels? What do you got for this one?
I'm looking forward to Maxim Afinogenov. I haven't seen Maxim Afinogenov since he was a Sabre. He was on with Marty, and he was on our air yesterday with Marty and Duffer, and I'd forgotten, or I don't even know if I knew he married a fairly good tennis player from Russia. I think when I looked it up, she was ranked third overall, and because he was talking about his kids. My wife gets our daughter into tennis, and they ask if he ever beats his wife in tennis. He goes, nope, never. And that's when I looked it up to see who it was, and then his son just started playing hockey. So he's 46, and he's been playing over there.
I told Joe
until he was 42. I think.
I feel
40.
like if the Sabres don't put some skates on him and just have to take a lap,
Paul, he could still
take a lap.
Maybe McLeod or Tuck could get him. I feel like there's some guys on the team he might still be able to take.
So He said that's why he gave up hockey, because he wanted to be there for his son, and he goes, now my hockey is with my son. So it was fun to hear him, and but as I said, him and Kodalik and a couple of guys, Jochen Hecht, I don't think I've seen since he left the Sabres.
Yeah.
So
Paul, I said this earlier. I'm really glad that they had this night. I don't know that they had to, because it's not a cup-winning team. It's not even a team with a banner up. I don't know that you had to have this night, but I'm glad they are, because people love that team, and tonight's going to be awesome, I think.
It wasn't a cup-winning team, but it was.
They should have.
And Lindy said, he goes, you always say there are what-ifs. He goes, you're human. Of course there's what-ifs. What if, he goes, you can go back to 99. What if in overtime James Patrick doesn't hit the crossbar and that puck hits the bottom of the crossbar and goes in? Now he goes, who knows how has history changed? Because now you're on to Game 7 against the Stars. So he goes, sure there are. He goes, you always think of the what ifs. What if the injuries don't happen? And you're able to get past Carolina, who winds up beating Edmonton. So
8 seed Edmonton, yeah.
Yeah,
on their third goalie. It's fine. Yeah. Some of us have forgotten some of the details. It's fine.
I don't think you have. You don't sound like you've forgotten them.
A little fuzzy. Some details in there. All right, Paul. Well, we're looking forward to it tonight. We'll have a great time at the arena, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Sounds good. Take care.
Paul Hamilton. Will we see an Afinogenov Thrashers jersey tonight?
I've looked for those. They're not out there in the wild very much.
You want one, don't you?
Oh, yeah. The blue one with the Thrashers going down the arm sleeve. I mean, I would probably take any of them, but yeah, they're not out there.
The Thrashers sleeve.
If someone's got one, they're holding on to it for life.
That was a look, the Thrashers.
I liked their blue jerseys. I never really was into the dark. The bird, I don't know what to call. I mean, it was a Thrasher, right?
They had two different Thrashers logos.
Yeah, what's the other one I'm thinking? It looked like a plane almost.
Yeah, the other one was dumb. It looked like
that one. I never liked those.
Yeah,
because that's the jersey that makes me think about the Kovalchuk teams where there's 600 people in the crowd.
Right.
Which maybe was always the case.
I've got a very fast instant trivia when we return. Have some fun with the conference championships. Sal at 8, the latest on the Bills. Of course, it's reunion night, 0506 at the arena tonight. A lot of school closures out there. Take some time if you're driving and join us for trivia next.
Not enough. There are these little, shots that are being fired our way that are, because I went into the week being really confident. And it's bam, there's wide receiver injuries, but they're depth wide receiver injuries, but Shaver's blocks. And okay, no, that's not enough. That's not enough to make me nervous. And then Poyer is probably going to miss. And that's important, but no, not enough. Not enough to make me nervous. The elevation. They're not used to the elevation. Not enough. I haven't had a thing come across our table here yet that has made me nervous about this game. I'm still pretty darn confident that they're going to win it.
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Mainly because I listened to Joel Klatt, him ESPN,
college football
and NFL guy. And what he said was, can you guys, he was talking to the Denver radio guys, and Mark Schlereth is on the show, and said, can you guys think of a single game they played this year where you were happy with what the offense looked like?
Denver?
Yeah. One game.
Did they have an answer?
No.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know.
really.
What's their best game on offense?
What their games have been pulling it out at the end. Bo Nix has 10 games where they're trailing in the fourth quarter and win?
Yeah.
And his point was you are not going to be able to get away with that. And this offense is going to have to find arguably its best day of the year in order to find a way through.
They scored 44 on Dallas early in the season, but also everyone was throwing on Dallas.
Yes, that's right.
But I would give them that. That's a bad defense, but they put up 44 at home one time. But other than that, yeah, I mean, are you impressed by them scoring 28 on the Bengals? Not really?
No.
You impressed by them scoring 27 at Washington with overtime?
No.
Yeah, I don't see much. 34 against Green Bay maybe is not bad. So maybe there's a couple in here and there. Every time I watch them, though, it was the same thing. Just I don't see anything that's really all that dangerous. There was nobody on that offense that ever scared me. Jacksonville, I would say, might have 3 guys that intimidated me more than anybody on the Denver offense.
Cortland Sutton is good.
He's good.
And Troy Franklin is kind of good. But, yeah, after that, not too concerned. Trivia.
And
instant trivia. So we're about to go to the AFC and NFC championship games. The Bills are hoping to go for a second consecutive season and third time in this Josh Allen, Sean McDermott era. I'm looking for the 8 teams to have a 15-year or more drought of making the conference championship round.
Ooh.
8 teams
let me pull up the NFL
have a
standings.
15-year or longer drought.
From the conference championship.
Yep.
8?
Yep.
Miami.
33 years they last made the championship game in 1992.
I think their playoff win drought is 25. Okay, no one else in the AFC East.
Owen, Joe Cali. I'll Joe fire it in here if you want.
Okay.
All right.
Cleveland.
33 years last made the AFC championship game in 1989. You've got number 1 and number 2. Oh,
Sal
Sal's
from the
jumping
top
in.
rope.
23 years. The Raiders, they last won. They beat Tennessee last time they made it. Sal jumped in. He jumped in like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
He needed in, yeah.
That was the plan.
Let's do it.
That wasn't like even a Steve Cole. That wasn't Stone Cold. That like because the music is on. That was like Undertaker coming from
the bottom
under
of the ring.
ring.
Yes. All right, you guys have 5 more.
Dallas.
30 years.
That's hilarious.
That's a good one.
Gotta love them being on the list.
1995.
I literally jumped in late. What is the exact question?
Longest drought to make the AFC or NFC championship round. It's the 8 teams with a 15-year or longer drought.
I
I
love
like
the
that
Dallas.
Sal knew the answer was Vegas before he knew the question.
That's right.
Yeah.
I know. That's correct. When I heard Dolphins and you said 20-something years, I'm like, okay, Vegas has got to be in there too.
Yeah.
Right.
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
We said
got
Cleveland.
How about the Jets? No, the Jets made the
No,
championship.
Jets were in
15
2011.
years. 15 years for the Jets. That is correct.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, well, that would count. Yeah, 2011.
Yeah, right.
Their playoff drought was they had the championship game, and then the next year they didn't make the playoffs.
Man, this
3
is...
left.
Chargers?
They made it in
18 years. Chargers,
that's long ago.
2007.
Clearing out. Look at this.
And there are 2 left. Longest droughts, 15 years or more.
I'm struggling.
For the AFC or NFC championship game.
is tough.
Can I give
Cardinals?
you No. Can I give you one hint that will apply to both teams?
Sure.
Yes.
They're both in action this weekend.
The Bears.
Correct?
The Bears.
15 years.
Gotta be
The
Texans.
Have never
Texans
made
have
it
never
in
done it.
24
That's
years.
right.
So 2 of the 8 longest droughts this weekend. Bears and Texans.
I have a quick nugget for you if you're superstitious or like these kinds of things. I'm not sure. Somebody had asked me a question that forced me to look this up yesterday. I said, "Oh, that's really interesting." The question was, like, when has a team beaten 1 and 2 seeds on the road in the same playoff? The answer is yes, but I didn't realize the interesting part of this for me going back and looking at the recent history of this
The toughest part of it would probably be the 2 seed also has to make it. Like, right, if a 6 seed wins, they automatically play the 1. So Tom Brady's 2020 Bucs would have played the 1. Did they go on to play the 2?
I don't even go back that far because here's why I bring it up. It's happened in each of the last 2 odd years.
Oh, okay.
It happened 2 years ago in 2023. Okay, in 2023 it was hold on. That would have been the Chiefs.
The Chiefs
right?
beat the Bills and then the Ravens.
And then the Ravens. And then in 2021 it was the Bengals beat the Titans.
The 1 and the
and
Chiefs
then
were the 2.
The Bengals beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, all right. Not bad. I see a note here that funny tweet from my buddy Mike that Von Miller is picking the Broncos to win. And if we know Von's prediction history, that doesn't go too well.
That's amazing.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right, Sal's on the line. We're going to get a break in. We'll get the injury update and all the storylines heading into Bills-Broncos. He'll talk to Sean McDermott coming up during the Extra Point Show today. Again, the accelerated week pushes everyone up a little bit. So stay tuned. We'll get the latest from Sal here on WGR.
Paul, in the story, this game might be the power play, right? Because they were 1 for 21 in their previous, I think it was 10 games going into last night, which was, I think, easily last in the league in that stretch. And they had only generated 26 shots on the 21 power plays. And last night, did you notice a difference? Like, it felt like directly at the beginning of that first power play, it's, okay, we're putting pucks on the net immediately.
Well, Darlene was talking about a shooting mentality to have, and he does. I agree. He's got to shoot more. He's got to make the other team respect the fact that Rasmus Dahlin is back there, and we have to, make sure he's not, finding the lanes and getting shots and that type of thing, because he wasn't shooting all that often. So they could shade over to the 2 circles and try to take away Thompson and Norris, because Dahlin really wasn't making them respect the shot. all that much. So the first power play, there was a lot to like. I thought they moved the puck quick. They got good movement. They, of course, had Zucker at the net where he always is, and he took the goaltender's eyes away from him. And then Dahlin was willing to, oh, wait a minute, okay, they're kind of giving me this opportunity to come down the slot. Do it. Take advantage of that opportunity. And I just think the more that he finds opportunities to shoot the puck on the power play, I think it's going to be better because now it gives the other team something to think about. So, I just think the movement we saw was good. It was crisp. And, of course, you got Zucker at the net, which also helps, too. Now, the other one that Dahlin scored, my first thought watching it before I got to see the replay is, Zucker ran over the goaltender. Mm-hmm. But then you get to see Zucker got thrown into the goaltender. And you never know.
And it might have even been after the puck went in, too.
And you never know.
The Sabres back in the win column after beating the Flyers last night, 5-2.
Return pass picked off by Doan. Great play. And then Austin with a stick lift comes up with a puck for Samuelson. Scores! That was teamwork by Buffalo right there. 2-0 Sabres.
Rasmus Dahlin scored 2 goals, and Ryan McLeod, Jack Quinn, and Matthias Samuelsson all scored as well. After last night's win, they're 14-2-0 in their last 16 games. How about them Sabres? They're back in action tonight on a quick turnaround for 05-06 reunion night, hosting Montreal. Puck drop is set right around 7 o'clock, and all of the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills gearing up for the Broncos in the divisional round kickoff set for 4:30 on Saturday. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, safety Jordan Poyer, and wide receiver Tyrell Shavers, who we found out had a torn ACL earlier this week, did not practice. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end A.J. Epinesa, tight end Dalton Kincaid, linebacker Matt Milano, defensive tackle Ed Oliver, defensive end Greg Russo, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited, so a lengthy report there. Josh Allen was upgraded to a full participant along with Matt Prater, so some good news there. Sean McDermott will join Sal Capaccio on the Extra Point Show today, as the short week has shifted the schedule around a little bit, so we'll get some injury designations for a few players. Around the NFL, the Giants will spend the morning finalizing a 5-year deal with former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh, making him one of the NFL's highest-paid coaches, but Harbaugh has accepted the job as the first opening is filled, per Ian Rappaport. Jordan Schultz reports the Bucs will interview former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their offensive coordinator vacancy. Robert Saleh set to interview with the Ravens and Titans for their head coach vacancies, Ravens completed an interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter for their head coaching vacancy, and the Commanders interviewed Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores for their defensive coordinator vacancy. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
You got to get a nickname, and if your name is a nickname, then they got to extend it.
What are the Sabres' nickname?
Saves.
Nobody on Earth says Sabres.
I can't deal with another person trying to tell me that people don't say Sabres.
Nobody says. Who says Sabres? Do you say Sabres?
Yes, people say Sabres.
I've never heard you say Sabres. The Sabres?
Yes.
Jeremy White.
People are saying Sabres.
How many? Like 5 people?
5 million people say
I hear
Sabres.
more people call them the Swords than call them the Sabres.
That is the biggest lie that's ever been told on these airwaves.
Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
Matt in Buffalo. What's up, Matt? Tell them what's up, Matt.
Me and my friends all the time will say, what are you doing for the Sabres game? Nobody calls it the Swords whatsoever.
Absolutely.
No one calls it the Sabres.
Matt, I'm not saying you're the best caller in show history, but you're top 5.
On WGR.
The Sabres game.
Sabres, you need to be hanging out with more people.
Sports Radio 550.
Well, we got a Sabres game tonight, reunion night 05-06, and there's been a development.
Yeah, I've laid down my sword on this one.
What a victory. Pick up your sword for Sabres. The Sabres announcing a partnership with the Just Dishin brand, Just Dishin line, who you're a big fan of them. You wear their gear.
I know Matt well.
They're putting out gear, and the gear says...
I'm not saying it was a personal attack, this line, but...
The gear says Sabres.
Yeah, it says Go Sabres.
Sabres. That's right.
And they're really sharp. I'm going to, there's a real good chance I'm going to be walking in here tomorrow with...
Going to be wearing
the Go Sabres hat. I'll accept defeat. It looks good. They also spell it right.
Yeah, S-A-B-S.
Yeah, because I'd seen some people shouldn't it have been S-A-B-E-S? I'm like, no, I don't think so.
No R. No E, just S-A-B-S. That's right. So go Sabres. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. We're going to get the Bills preview. Sal, what about you? Thoughts on 05-06 and the Sabres? Are you in Florida for those years?
I was. I told the story to Joe last night. So, I was really dialed in. It was great. It was awesome. I came up here. I was in Florida for the Cup run in 99. Actually, I came up here, and I was at the game they won. That would have been Game 4, right, at home here. So I was at that game. And then down in Florida still, 6-7 years later. And I will tell you, though, what happened was we had planned a trip to Europe. And at the time, you're like, okay, when are we going to go? And it happened to just coincide with basically Game 6. I was in the air during Game 6. I did not see the overtime goal. I did not see
Brier,
Game 6.
Yeah.
And we got to I don't remember, we were London maybe. I can't remember. We had a layover before Germany. And I had to call. This is before true smartphones are today, you guys know. And I actually had my buddy, I said, you got to call my phone and leave me a message on my phone. I don't know my service. So I could call and get like the update. As soon as I landed, I kind of called my own phone to get my own voicemail, if you will. And he would leave me a voicemail. I said, you got to do that. Then I found out they're going to Game 7. And then because I was in Europe, and whatever the time would have been, overnight or early morning, I couldn't find the game on anywhere. I mean, that was, I don't know. Maybe I'm sure there's some sports bar had it at night, but it wasn't. The time didn't match up. I did not watch Game 7, and I just had to kind of find it somehow, like the score online, and then so I never actually watched Game 7, and thank goodness, because obviously I know it was very heartbreaking. It was a great year. Obviously, it was awesome to watch that team. I was at an event the night Brier scored in double overtime against Philly with the school and teachers and coaches, a fundraiser. And like, Jeremy, we've talked about this, like being at a wedding, and you guys, Joe, we've talked about this. You have a wedding, but when you're at a wedding and something's going on in a sports game and people want to watch it, right?
Yeah.
This was it. This was a fundraiser for me, and I'm the dude. I need to watch this hockey game that's going on. I know we got this big fundraiser. Everybody's dancing. We're trying to raise money. There's an auction going on, and I'm trying to find it. And I remember that night very clearly.
A tradition unlike any other, trying to make sure you can see the game.
Yes.
At an event that requires you to be proper.
And Sal told me that you would call a service to tell you sports scores.
There used to be that as well. Yes. Now in this one, when I was telling the story,
what were you people doing back then?
Yeah. So when I was telling the story to Joe, Tim Graham said that, but this wasn't the case. This particular night, I actually called my buddy, left me a voicemail. But yes, that is the case, Joe.
It's insane.
We used to back in the day. Joe, okay. Jeremy, are you old enough to remember weather lines we used to call?
I don't know.
You would call for the weather?
You'd call a number for the weather in the morning. You'd pick up your regular phone with the dial tone, and you'd call a number and find out what the weather would be that day.
I'm old enough to remember, and Joe, you might know this from Seinfeld, you used to call a phone number to find out the movie times.
Oh, of course that. Yeah, I know
that.
Like what time it's a movie.
Welcome to movie phone.
Right.
Yeah,
that used to be a thing.
So everything was like that with score. Yeah, sports scores all the time. I mean, you guys know. I mean, now you have radio ads and stuff, but it was calling these numbers, and they would have these gambling ads and things like that. But you would call these sports lines and sports scores. Horse racing didn't matter. Weather didn't matter. Movie. That's the world we lived in.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. It's reunion night for the Sabres. They'll play the Montreal Canadiens at KeyBank Center. All right, Sal, on to the injury report. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm Injured Call 1-800-8-MILLION. The number one name I'm watching here, because I feel like we have a couple of players we expected to be out, and then we have a couple of players we'd hoped would make progress. And Ty Johnson has missed a second consecutive day of practice, so it is potentially not looking good for Ty Johnson.
I agree with that. Last week, even, I was holding out hope when he had 2 days of practice, and I think he actually got to limited on the last day, but he never made it, be able to play in the game. And I have a shorter week here, but I figured, okay, maybe another week you get Ty Johnson back in, and just hasn't happened this week. And with the short week, you wonder. Now, obviously, Ty Johnson could just kind of seamlessly go in and be a part of the game plan. But there is something to be said for practicing and game plan and reps and, understanding everything, especially against a team like this that's going to bring pressure and get after the quarterback, So I think at this point, we'll find out from Sean McDermott today, but hasn't looked good for 2 days for Ty Johnson.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at safety, this might be the biggest who's going to be there kind of thing, because with no Jordan Poyer, DeMar Hamlin is close to a return, and you've got Jordan Hancock and Cam Lewis. What would you expect the Bills to ultimately decide to do?
It's a great question. Matt Bove and I really talked about this yesterday on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. People can hear the podcast because we go a little bit more in depth on this, but the basic Cliff's notes for me is I think the Bills have generally operated where they feel comfortable having somebody back there with communication that understands exactly what needs to be done on a play-to-play basis. And I think last week they lost a little bit of that when Jordan Poyer went out and Jordan Hancock went in. So you can look at it one of two ways. To me, you could say, okay, Jordan Hancock gets a full week of reps. He's going to be better in that situation. And I could understand that. I think Cam Lewis, though, has done a really nice job when he's had to fill in there. And I think he would very well, be a guy you could turn to here. The problem is, if you do that, you might be losing your dime safety in those situations because Cam's got to play regular safety. But you also have Darnell Savage on the roster now. Let's not forget him. And then when it comes to DeMar Hamlin, that's just the X factor here for me. Does this team trust right away to put DeMar back there where he did start last year? He started against this team in the playoffs last year, and he gives you a certain floor, but man, he has not played in a while, right? There's a time on task. I do think DeMar, though, would help on special teams and have him activated, especially with the loss of Shavers now.
Yeah, and would they also look at, Sal, who's played with Bishop and who has experience with him. I mean, Hamlin would have done that last year, but really not much this year. Like, maybe you would think actually, well, I guess Hancock and Lewis might be close in terms of like guys that have experience with Bishop.
Somebody asked Cole Bishop yesterday if he realized he's played next to 5 different safeties this year. And I'm like, oh, wow, I guess I didn't realize that. I have to go back and look. And maybe it's going back to last year, right? I'm not really sure. Maybe that was it because he's only in his second year. But he said he didn't know the number. And he said, as long as you do your preparation, as long as you work, it doesn't impact it as much as a lot of people might think, right? The communication, because everybody understands what they're supposed to do. So yeah, I do think, Joe, that to Sean McDermott, it's very important, right? We know that. But DeMar and Cole, they were together a lot last year, whether it was, in practice or during games later in the year when Cole got a little more time. So it wouldn't stun me to see DeMar playing safety. I just don't know if this is a spot where you can do that right now, given what's already on your roster and the guys that you have available to you.
Sal Capaccio. Speaking of Bishop, Sal, he's one of the players the Bills have that has extensive experience playing at altitude.
That's right. I asked him about it yesterday. And I didn't know, and I didn't want to be I don't think it's geology expert, maybe? I don't know. What would be the term there?
Geology.
Right? Altitudologist, a topologist.
Oh, okay, there you go.
How about a topologist, right? Yeah. Topography? I don't know.
My mom would tell me I have a tude when I grow up. I think she meant attitude, though, not altitude. So I would say, I asked him, though, I said, I would guess that Utah, you would have played in, higher altitude. And he said, yes, he did. And he said, yeah, it can definitely, impact you at times, right? But you just have to make sure you're prepared, know where the oxygen is. And, as the game goes on, you could get a little tired if you don't, prepare yourself properly. A lot of the guys are talking like that this week. Deion Dawkins talked about an altitude chamber they have at the practice and training facility. And you get on the treadmill, you go in the altitude chamber. Josh Allen played at an altitude of higher than Mile High, 2,000 feet higher, the highest altitude you could play in, I believe, in college football at Laramie, Wyoming. And he basically said, look, I think I'm gonna paraphrase. It's kind of like mind over matter. Like, you don't think or talk about it. You just prepare for it and you go out there and you do it.
Right. Yeah. Laramie, Wyoming, Sal. It's if you include NFL, FBS, and FCS, he played. Allen did in the highest elevation stadium you can play in, and by 2,000 feet over Denver. By the way,
it is amazing, and I get it. Like, again, I'm not a medical expert here, but I have people telling me about this and that, and lots of Twitter experts telling you all about it. And I know some people have experience, some people don't. And the general gist I get from a lot of people, though, is if you've lived out there, and that's what Cole said. He's like, look, I lived out there, right? But now I haven't been there in a while. And that's the thing, too. If you live out there and you leave, and then it's probably different for everybody if you just play once in a while. But, guys, Green Bay went out there. Jacksonville went out there, right? You look at some of the teams that actually had some success going out to Denver this year and playing. It's a football game, and it's just going to come down to that. I don't think it's going to come down to the altitude, but you certainly have to be prepared.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline chatting about Bills Broncos with us. Sal, for storylines going into this game, I don't know. I feel like you're getting a big sense that Denver knows the challenge ahead of them. It's one of these things where you're not sneaking up on anybody, I want to say, if you're the Bills. You might be a 6 seed, but any team walking in with Josh Allen is not going to sneak up on anybody. They do know the challenge ahead of them. And I feel like whether it's the Denver media or the Denver coaches, I saw Vance Joseph, a clip from him talking about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson as dream wreckers. Joseph knows the challenge that's ahead of his defense. And, the Denver defense, we'll see if they're up for it.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. They know. You talk to anybody in the media. Speaking of the podcast, people can listen today. We actually had Mark Schlereth on, and Mark obviously played for the Denver Broncos, and Matt and I interviewed him yesterday. That's going to drop today. And even he loves his Broncos. He really does, right? He played in that city. He's going to be an ambassador to the team on Saturday at the game. And even he's like, look, people say this might be the worst 1 seed in a while, and maybe it is. But, they do this right and that right, but they also haven't been playing well here. And, I think there's a sense of, I think as compared to last week, I'll say this, I know that they were really feeling themselves, the Jacksonville Jaguars fans and media and how well they were playing. No doubt about it. And they had every right to be confident. But I felt they were really overconfident, and just thought they could just beat anybody because they're just steamrolling people right now. I think there's a sense of reality with the Denver Broncos fans and media of, yeah, we can be good. We also know that, like, we're not this world-beating team, and the Bills can come in here and they can beat us as well. I do think that there's that sense coming out.
And a lot of that, Sal, I think, is just their offense, right? Like, how many games this year can you really look at and say, wow, they were amazing? You know, how Bo Nix really took over a game. Like, most of the games they won were close games where their defense was the one that was carrying them.
You know, it's interesting you say that, Joe. I thought about their last 3 games. If you look at their scores, right, they have not broken 20 points in their last 3 games. They scored 20 against Jacksonville, 20 against Kansas City, against the Kansas City team was playing kind of a JV team, right? I mean, like, remember that night game and Christmas, they were already out of it, right? They started what was the quarterback's name for Kansas City?
Chris Oladukin?
Oladukin, right? And they scored 20 points in that game, and then they scored 20 against the Chargers, who started Trey Lance. Now, I know that's offensive side, but, you know, they certainly haven't been playing their best football. However, they've had 2 weeks here. Like, they're going to get in the lab, and they're going to practice and figure out what has been going wrong. So rest versus rust is interesting with this particular team to me because, yes, they have been playing well, and they have an opportunity to kind of get back in the lab, practice, figure it out. But they also haven't had games to do this to try and get back on track.
Yeah, that's right. They don't have a test. And like, Sean Payton might be a coach you would trust to find answers on that because he's been around a long time and he's an offensive guy. I wonder just how confident you would be, though, that they would, even with that prep, find solutions on offense when, I don't know, they just don't really have a lot of high-level talent. Like, if you had, you know, if the Eagles had a bye week because they have A.J. Brown and Smith and Barkley and like Goddard, and you want to say, like, a week could help them figure out how to utilize all that, maybe that'd be the case. Denver, like, what are they really trying to get more out of? Like, R.J. Harvey and Evan Ingram? Like, they don't have these high talent level guys on that side of the ball.
I'll tell you, I agree with that. I think that what they would do, though, is look for other solutions. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Jaleel McLaughlin gets a bigger role in this game, right? You know what I mean? Like, I think they look and go, okay, what can we hit the Bills with that maybe they haven't seen as much? What can we do to energize our offense a little bit? Here's Jaleel McLaughlin, who actually has a nice high yards per carry. And I know they
he's fast.
rely more on R.J. Harvey. He's an explosive guy. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Marvin Mims or Franklin become a little bit more of the game plan than what they've had lately. And I know Franklin already is a guy they throw to, but maybe it's not as much Sutton. You know what I mean? And I think that's it. Remember last year they came here, what'd they do? Faked a punt, right? I mean, this is what you're this is what you're getting from Sean Payton this week. He is going to have something planned in 2 weeks that he has been cooking up and waiting because – I mean, this is a guy that ran the – can't do this anymore, obviously.
Surprise onside kick.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
just
right.
thinking that. When you said he's cooking something up, he is that guy.
He is that guy. He's going to do this. There's going to be something they're going to do. And if you guys remember last year, I mean, smart by him. What happened to that fake punt? Who did he target? What did they do? They targeted Jamarcus Ingram. You know what was interesting about Jamarcus Ingram that week? He missed 2 days of practice because he had personal reasons. I believe that he had a child. And I'm saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going through the roster and going, okay, who hasn't had the time on task this week, this month, this year that I can take advantage of that hasn't seen something on film? Like, that's what Sean Payton's doing this week to gain maybe that little extra edge.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio on the Western Highland. All right, Sal, so 10 o'clock today, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And are you doing Pat Hammer, too? We doing Denver weather?
And McDermott today, right?
McDermott. I knew McDermott.
We're doing it all, baby.
Okay.
We're doing it all. We're making it a Buffalo Football Friday and a Thursday, and we're going to have Paul Hamilton, obviously, today, because we'll talk a little hockey as well, because last night, obviously, a big win for the Sabres. Tonight, big night tonight. I'll be there as well. I'm so glad we live in the YouTube age where my son Max knows about that team. He knows about Maxim Afinogenov. He knows about Ryan Miller. He loves watching the Max goal sliding across the ice in 07, right? That kind of thing. So I'm bringing Max to the game tonight. It's going to be awesome. Paul's going to be on with us at 10:30. Sean McDermott a little after 11 a.m. And then Pat Hammer with Denver weather at 11:30.
Very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Bills and Broncos. And there's your schedule for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Coming up 9 o'clock, JP Dumont. It is Sabres 0506 reunion night at KeyBank Center for a game against the Montreal Canadiens. When we get back, Joe Kelly has put together our shots of audio for the week, a new segment we're doing on Thursdays. So we'll rip through some of the best shots of audio that we've heard from around the sports world. A lot of them, Joe just digs through the Everything. He digs through the entire internet and surprises us with the best sound of the week. It's coming up here on WGR.
Not enough. There are these little, shots that are being fired our way that are, because I went into the week being really confident. And it's like, bam, there's wide receiver injuries, but they're depth wide receiver injuries, but Shaver's blocks. And like, okay, no, that's not enough. That's not enough to make me nervous. And then Poyer is probably going to miss. And like, that's important, but no, not enough. Not enough to make me nervous. The elevation. Like, oh, they're not used to the elevation. Not enough. I haven't had a thing come across our table here yet that has made me nervous about this game. I'm still pretty darn confident that they're going to win it.
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Mainly because I listened to Joel Klatt, him, like ESPN,
college football
and NFL guy. And what he said was, can you guys, he was talking to the Denver radio guys, and Mark Schlereth is on the show, and said, can you guys think of a single game they played this year where you were happy with what the offense looked like?
Denver?
Yeah. One game.
Did they have an answer?
No.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know.
really.
What's their best game on offense?
What their games have been pulling it out at the end. Bo Nix has 10 games where they're trailing in the fourth quarter and win?
Yeah.
And his point was you are not going to be able to get away with that. And this offense is going to have to find arguably its best day of the year in order to find a way through.
They scored 44 on Dallas early in the season, but also everyone was throwing on Dallas.
Yes, that's right.
But I would give them that. That's a bad defense, but they put up 44 at home one time. But other than that, yeah, I mean, are you impressed by them scoring 28 on the Bengals? Not really?
No.
You impressed by them scoring 27 at Washington with overtime?
No.
Yeah, I don't see much. 34 against Green Bay maybe is not bad. So maybe there's a couple in here and there. Every time I watch them, though, it was the same thing. Just I don't see anything that's really all that dangerous. There was nobody on that offense that ever scared me. Jacksonville, I would say, might have 3 guys that intimidated me more than anybody on the Denver offense.
Cortland Sutton is good.
He's good.
And Troy Franklin is kind of good. But, yeah, after that, not too concerned. Sal Capaccio. Speaking of Bishop, Sal, he's one of the players the Bills have that has extensive experience playing at altitude.
That's right. I asked him about it yesterday. And I didn't know, and I didn't want to be I don't think it's geology expert, maybe? I don't know. What would be the term there?
Geology.
Right? Altitudologist, a topologist.
Oh, okay, there
How
you
about
go.
a topologist, right?
Yeah.
Topography? I don't know.
My mom would tell me I have a tude when I grow up. I think she meant attitude, though, not altitude. So I would say, I asked him, though, I said, I would guess that Utah, you would have played in, higher altitude. And he said, yes, he did. And he said, yeah, it can definitely, impact you at times, right? But you just have to make sure you're prepared, know where the oxygen is, and as the game goes on, you could get a little tired if you don't prepare yourself properly. A lot of the guys are talking like that this week. Deion Dawkins talked about an altitude chamber they have at the practice and training facility, and you get on the treadmill, you go in the altitude chamber. Josh Allen played at an altitude of higher than Mile High, 2,000 feet higher, the highest altitude you could play in, I believe, in college football at Laramie, Wyoming. And he basically said, look, I think I'm gonna paraphrase. It's kind of like mind over matter. You don't think or talk about it, you just prepare for it and you go out there and you do it.
Right, yeah, Laramie, Wyoming, Sal. It's if you include NFL, FBS, and FCS, he played, Allen did, in the highest elevation stadium you can play in. And by 2,000 feet over Denver, by the way.
It is amazing. And I get it. Again, I'm not a medical expert here, but I have people telling me about this and that, and lots of Twitter experts telling you all about it. And I know some people have experience, some people don't. And the general gist I get from a lot of people, though, is if you've lived out there, and that's what Cole said. He's like, look, I lived out there, right? But now I haven't been there in a while. And that's the thing, too. If you live out there and you leave, and then it's probably different for everybody if you just play once in a while. But, guys, Green Bay went out there. Jacksonville went out there, right? You look at some of the teams that actually had some success going out to Denver this year and playing. It's a football game, and it's just going to come down to that. I don't think it's going to come down to the altitude, but you certainly have to be prepared.
The Sabres are back in the win column after beating the Flyers 5-2. Rasmus Dahlin scored 2 goals. Ryan McLeod, Jack Quinn, Mattias Samuelsson all scored as well. After last night's win, they're 14-2-0 in their last 16 games. How about them Sabres? They're back in action tonight on a quick turnaround for 05-06 reunion night, hosting Montreal. Puck drop is set for 7 o'clock, and all of the action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills gearing up for the Broncos in the divisional round. Kickoff set for 4:30 on Saturday. We got an updated injury report from practice yesterday. Still pretty lengthy. Cornerback Maxwell Hairston, running back Ty Johnson, safety Jordan Poyer, and wide receiver Terrell Shavers, who we found out tore his ACL earlier this week, did not practice yesterday. Linebacker Terrell Bernard, defensive end AJ Epinesa, tight end Dalton Kincaid, linebacker Matt Milano, defensive tackle Ed Oliver, defensive end Greg Russo, and linebacker Shaq Thompson were all limited. And Josh Allen was upgraded to a full participant along with Matt Prater, so some good news there. Sean McDermott will join Sal Capaccio on the Extra Point Show today as the short week has shifted the schedule around, so we'll get some injury designations for a few players. Around the NFL, the Giants will spend the morning finalizing a 5-year deal with former Ravens head coach John Harbaugh, making him one of the NFL's highest-paid coaches, per Ian Rappaport. Jordan Schultz reports the Bucs will interview former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel for their offensive coordinator vacancy. Robert Saleh set to interview with the Ravens and Titans for their head coaching vacancies. And the Ravens completed an interview with Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter for their head coaching vacancy. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right. Shots of audio, best audio of the week. Alt Joe puts this together. You remember him. He picked the Steelers on the money line and made us bet it in our fantastic four-way parlay.
We should have made
He's
that
currently
a shot.
serving a 7-month suspension.
Yeah, that could have been a shot of audio right there. Who knows?
Yeah,
Who
right.
knows?
Actually, you should have picked you saying, we're taking Steelers on the money line as a group.
In hindsight, definitely should have. Maybe will next time.
That's all right.
If there is a next time.
Take it away. Deliver us the best shots of audio from the week.
All right. I couldn't ignore this one. It happened over the weekend. It's Ben Johnson lighting up the locker room after the Bears win. Even the good, better, best chant I have in there, too. So here we go.
Man, I'm so proud of you guys. To do what you just did, I said it at halftime, right? This is one that you'll never forget. Yes, sir. This is one you'll never forget, all right? Bring it on in. Bring it on in. Good, better, best! Good, better, best! Never let it rest! Never let it rest! Good gets better! Good gets better! You better get better! You better get better! Bears on 3, 1, 2, 3, Bears!
I'm not saying Ben Johnson is the best coach of all time, but I want to say one thing about Ben Johnson. Tell me another offensive-minded genius coach that ever gets credit for being a motivator. You never see it.
No.
It's a good
It's
point.
always the defensive guys are the fiery guys.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive guys are the nerds.
Although
the scientists, the play, and he's a dude that I don't know what kind of coach he's gonna be like. And that was fair. We don't know. And what is he? I mean, motivator and the scientist, and you just don't see that much.
Right.
So I think he's great. I love him.
Cohen did a couple times this year, like stuff like that, where he was jumping into his players.
Yep.
And
That's true.
I think Johnson's on another level.
Yeah.
What are the betting odds of Sean McDermott in his career ever in a locker room saying bleep the other team?
Man.
I mean, Ben Johnson's getting some criticism for it.
Sure.
And I think
I think more people think it's awesome.
I think it's totally fair.
Yeah.
Did you see the quote from Sean McVay?
No.
So they asked McVay, did you talk to Matt LaFleur about these? And he's like, you want to guess what the answer is? And then said, Matt's a good friend. The idea that basically, I think the takeaway I saw was that McVay hates Ben Johnson, and it's a world against Ben Johnson right now because Matt LaFleur and Ben Johnson don't like each other, and McVay and LaFleur are close. So anyway.
What's Johnson? Where's Johnson come from? He's not a McVay guy?
No.
Or a Shanahan guy?
Does LaFleur get flown in on a PJ to go watch film with McVay?
I mean,
Listen,
does
break it down.
Does LaFleur have the answers?
I'm kind of in for Ben Johnson versus the world, and the world being like all the Shanahan McVay coaches.
It'd be great.
I think
like
it's only going to
the gang of McVay and Shanahan, like all of those guys together.
Yeah.
Because they're probably all like really close. And this guy, like they're usually the only ones that ever get the scientists, right. And this guy who didn't learn under all of you is doing it better, or at least as good as you are.
As good.
And he's telling you, to your face to kick rocks.
In that Bears speech, it's more about like Ben Johnson and like the kind of whatever coach he is. It's 1 year, maybe he flames out, but still, you've got Caleb Williams getting emotional in that post-game speech, talking about what Ben Johnson has meant to him.
Yeah.
And early on, the reports were that those two were not meshing. Like it was not a good relationship from the start.
Yeah, you bet him to be benched.
I did.
Yeah. And Williams even said, I didn't think he liked me like a couple weeks ago.
Right. Yeah. And like here they are, like they've kind of come together. So like if you're a Bears fan, you couldn't possibly be happier. Like it's such a good story.
It's crazy.
I think they're going to lose this week, but we'll see. Like the Rams got to go outside and play in the cold, and maybe.
Right.
They are 3-3 this year when down 21 plus points. The rest of the NFL, I believe, is 3-158.
Do the Bills have like two of those wins too?
Maybe.
Ravens.
They might actually. They have at least one.
Patriots,
yeah. Okay. They're down like 15 to the Ravens. They're down 21 to
New England.
Yeah. All right. Love it. What's next?
All right. Shot number 2. Sabres getting a little rowdy in the tunnel with the fans around there. Saw this clip. Unbelievable from Tage Thompson and Doan here.
What you got on, big boy? Big boy pants. I got my big boy pants. What you got on there? I wake up, big boy. I put my big boy pants on. There we go.
I put my big. That's from the movie The Other Guys.
The Other Guys. Yeah.
The Other Guys.
I saw that on the MSG broadcast, and I was surprised. Like, it took a day or two to hit. It's Josh Doan and Tage yelling and put my big boy pants on.
Put my big boy pants on. Yeah. Will Ferrell from The Other Guys there quoting. Yeah. So that's number 2. Number 3. We've got a Mad Dog return here to the program.
Another Mad Dog clip.
It's a little bit of a throwback to start, but we roll into the present day clip after. Right. So this
one is all time.
This one's crazy. Here we go.
The Seahawks blocked a 48-yard field goal with 4 minutes left, which would have put the Pats up 6. That was a big play in this game. Smith played well, and his receivers, Metcalf caught 10. Jackson Smith Nagujuba, the kid from Ohio State, he caught 12 more. He's the best player on the field. And the Seattle does not. No, you're gonna tell me Igbibi Smith? Igbibi Smith. Igbibi Smith. Igbibi Smith.
He's trying to say Smith and Jigba.
What?
What is
Igbibi
Smith?
This is one of the top 3 receivers in the NFL.
I saw this. The first one was when he was a rookie, right? Like,
sure.
Like, maybe a little understandable.
Yeah.
The guy's the best receiver in the league and has been good for like 3 years now. Like, eventually, come on, man. At least get the order of the name
right.
Yeah, Smith is the
Smith is first.
Listen, if you can't do it, you are allowed to just say JSN.
Right. Yeah, he's an easy out.
There's a built-in out.
Right. Yeah. Like, listen, no one in the world, except for a few people, can pronounce like Antetokounmpo very well.
Yeah.
Right.
Just say Giannis.
Right.
Or Greek Freak.
Uko Pekalukanen is UPL.
UPL.
We give you these off-ramps.
Mad Dog has permission to just use JSN.
So good. My dad found that last night.
That's
and we were watching the Sabres game crying, laughing at
in
that
BB
clip.
Smith.
In BB Smith.
Just totally blew it
the
up.
order right, at least. Oh, my goodness.
All right, strong contender.
Yeah. And I think that one will do it. We do have an honorable mention, though. We were talking about Paul Bissonnette, how he's a good mainstay in the TNT crew and the media there. The spank heard around the world. I don't know if you guys got the audio on this.
I didn't.
But Rob Rayan gave him the
Did you
paddle.
guys see the story about this that was going in? Like he was going to get paddled by... Yeah, okay.
He actually did it. So the audio speaks for itself.
All right, time to pay the price. Sabre paddle.
That sounded like a starter gun at a race.
He hit him hard.
Yeah, that was some pent up.
That echoed through the building.
Right.
Right.
It was like Rob went to load up for another one, and I think Rob realized, like, I really tagged him with that first one. I should lay off.
Yeah.
Because I got him. That was hilarious, too.
Igbibi Smith.
I think there's a clear winner here.
I saw a funny tweet from the Funhouse account on Twitter, which is known to find these clips. Said if you wrote the name Smith and Jigba on a piece of paper and asked every second grader in the country to pronounce it, none of them would land on Igbibi Smith.
It's very true. Oh, man. All time.
Last week, he's extolling the virtues of the polo grounds.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
He swept it so far. If that's how that goes.
Hey. I mean, right. I had a couple other nominees, but this is Joe's show. Like, he picks the clips. There was a clip I wanted to get to at some point. What was it? What did I send you recently? I'll find it. Anyway, that's Shots of Audio brought to you by Outlet Liquor. What's your outlet?
I did see a list of Super Bowl MVP odds yesterday, by the way.
Okay.
And
Josh Allen's the favorite?
Josh Allen is not the favorite because Matthew Stafford and Sam Darnold are the favorites.
Okay, because maybe they're more likely to go.
The favorite that's a non-quarterback, though, is Smith and Jigba. You want to guess how far down the list James Cook is? Super Bowl MVP non-quarterback odds.
Sixth?
He's only third.
Okay.
It's just JSN and Puka. That's it. And then James Cook. Which is not that crazy, right? Like the Bills have won games with Allen throwing for like 170 and Cook running for 150. So
if Cook goes for 100 yards, he'd be the first to do it in a Super Bowl since 2020. Damian Williams.
Yeah, that's crazy.
803-0550 is our phone number. I put up a Twitter poll about the game. Confident, nervous, or so confident I'm nervous. And right now we've got 37% confident, 41% nervous, and 21% so confident that I'm nervous. So,
right.
But whatever.
I would definitely place myself in the confident category.
Same. Much more confident than last week.
Yeah.
I think Bo Nix is much more limited than Trevor Lawrence is. And the Broncos, they had a season where they played with fire the whole year. I like to tell you that I don't care about your resume and who you beat. And that is true. Like, Denver has some good wins. They beat some good teams along the way. They beat Houston, right?
Right.
That's a good win. They beat Green Bay. Other than those two, who's good? Are the Chiefs good? Is the Chiefs a good win?
Well, the second one wasn't.
Right, and by the time they played them the first time, they were already falling apart. That was week 11.
Yeah, I mean, every game is pretty much every game is close, right? They kind of remind me of. Is there a similarity here between them and the Vikings from a couple years ago?
Oh yeah, the one score.
Yeah, they won 1,000,000 one-score games,
and then they got knocked out in their first playoff game
by the Giants, right? Like, now the difference here though is one seed, and all the I'm not seeing any of these things cross my phone or laptop and get worried about it. It's the altitude, it's the injury reports. Yesterday I saw that teams on short rest in the playoffs are like 6-15 in the last however many years when you have the rest disadvantage in the second round. So, like them having the rest advantage, like how much do I really want to factor that in? Like I still want to think that the quarterback difference in this game is too large to not be confident in the Bills. All of that, all those other factors, all of those other reasons, it's not enough to make up for. Allen is just so superior to Bo Nix.
Sure. Did you see, I don't often retweet, quote tweet someone that looks like they're trying to get dunked on. Usually it's like one of the gambling sites wants to put something stupid out, so then you just retweet it.
Yeah.
Like people that I want this to go viral. I want this to. This was a Denver Broncos reporter.
Okay.
The beat reporter for the Broncos at Denver.com. He posted Bo Nix's yards, touchdowns, and interceptions next to Josh Allen's yards, touchdowns, and interceptions. And it's like, they're the same guy. And like, I'm sorry. If you are a human with eyes, ears, any ability to consume the NFL, and you are trying to make a case that Josh Allen and Bo Nix are equals,
yeah,
like the awakening you are in for on Saturday is going to be substantial.
At least I would expect it. I can't see after what McDermott just did to Trevor Lawrence in that offense that he is not going to have Bo Nix spinning.
And the other thing about, listen, the Bills rode. The Bills, this is the all-time case for quarterbacks don't play against each other. Instead of Allen having to play Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, players he does not play against. Instead, who Allen is playing against is the Jags defense, the Denver defense, and maybe the Houston defense. And those are 3 significant challenges.
Arguably, I mean, would those be the 3 best defenses he's ever seen in the playoffs? It's arguable.
Yeah.
Right?
Probably. Last year, Kansas City, 2 years ago, had a really good defense. But,
yeah.
I mean, if he finds a way, and Joe Brady and Allen, they find their way through those 3 defenses, and then play Seattle, that might be the...
Right.
I'm ready for the Aaron Schatz tweet about, like, the Bills have faced the toughest collection of defenses by DVOA in NFL history. The road could be through monsters.
See it now. I can see someone making a dumb point in 6 years about, well, when he won the Super Bowl,
he didn't. Trevor Lawrence, Bo Nix, C.J. Stroud, and Sam Darnold.
Well, yeah, I was going to say he didn't beat Mahomes, he didn't beat Jackson, he didn't beat Burrow, and then the counter will be, yeah, but he beat like the 4 hardest defenses anyone's ever gone through.
Yeah, I feel like it's possible that could be the list,
especially if he plays well during them. And like check 1, right? Like that was a good Jags defense.
Yep,
and he was insanely good. And if he is the reason why you're winning these games, not just like I've mentioned a couple of times, I think the Bills could win this game in a low-scoring affair. If they win 20-10 because McDermott just puts them in a blender and they run the ball pretty well and Allen doesn't really have to do a lot, that again, he'll still get credit and I won't care about that. But there is another layer or level of legacy, which would be like if he's tearing these teams apart like he just did last week, then that's going to be unforgettable. And I think undebatable, too.
Just to give you, if you want to go, what do you want? EPA? Overall EPA. If those were the defenses that he beats on the way.
Yeah, like where they rank.
They win the Super Bowl. EPA per play. You beat, we're saying, Denver, Jacksonville, Houston, Seattle.
Yeah.
That is 5-8-2-1.
Crazy.
Yeah. Pretty good. And the Chargers were top 6, but they got knocked out by New England. All right, 803-0550. Reunion night, some Sabres, some Bills mixed in. JP Dumont joins us top of the hour to help us remember that 05-06 team. They'll play Montreal tonight. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. All right, Sal, on to the injury report. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured call, 1-800-8-million. The number one name I'm watching here, because I feel like we have a couple of players we expected to be out, and then we have a couple of players we'd hoped would make progress. And Ty Johnson has missed a second consecutive day of practice, so like it is potentially not looking good for Ty Johnson.
I agree with that. Last week, even, I was holding out hope when he had 2 days of practice, and I think he actually got to limited on the last day, but he never made it, be able to play in the game. And you have a shorter week here, but I figured, okay, maybe another week you get Ty Johnson back in, and just hasn't happened this week. And with the short week, you wonder. Now, obviously, Ty Johnson could just kind of seamlessly go in and be a part of the game plan. But there is something to be said for practicing and game plan and reps and, understanding everything, especially against a team like this that's going to bring pressure and get after the quarterback, So I think at this point, we'll find out from Sean McDermott today, but hasn't looked good for 2 days for Ty Johnson.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at safety, this might be the biggest who's going to be there kind of thing, because with no Jordan Poyer, Damar Hamlin is close to a return, and you've got Jordan Hancock and Cam Lewis. What would you expect the Bills to ultimately decide to do?
It's a great question. Matt Bove and I really talked about this yesterday on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. People can hear the podcast because we go a little bit more in depth on this. But the basic, Cliff's notes for me is I think the Bills have generally operated where they feel comfortable having somebody back there with communication that understands exactly what, needs to be done on a play-to-play basis. And I think last week they lost a little bit of that when Jordan Poyer went out and Jordan Hancock went in. So you can look at it one of two ways. To me, you could say, okay, Jordan Hancock gets a full week of reps. He's going to be better in that situation. And I could understand that. I think Cam Lewis, though, has done a really nice job when he's had to fill in there. And I think he would very well, be a guy you could turn to here. The problem is, if you do that, you might be losing your dime safety in those situations because Cam's got to play regular safety. But you also have Darnell Savage on the roster now. Let's not forget him. And then when it comes to Damar Hamlin, that's just the X factor here for me. Like, does this team trust right away to put Damar back there where he did start last year? He started against this team in the playoffs last year, and he gives you a certain floor. But, man, he has not played in a while, right? There's a time on task. I do think Damar, though, would help on special teams and have him activated.
Not enough. There are these little, shots that are being fired our way that are, because I went into the week being really confident. and it's like, bam, there's wide receiver injuries, but they're depth wide receiver injuries, but Shavers blocks, and like, okay, no, that's not enough. That's not enough to make me nervous. And then Poyer is probably going to miss, and like that's important, but no, not enough. Not enough to make me nervous. The elevation, like, oh, they're not used to the elevation. Not enough. I haven't had a thing come across our table here yet that has made me nervous about this game. I'm still pretty darn confident that they're going to win it.
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Mainly because I listened to Joel Klatt, you know him, like at ESPN.
College football
and NFL guy. And what he said was, can you guys, he was talking to the Denver radio guys, and Mark Schlereth is on the show, and said, can you guys think of a single game they played this year where you were happy with what the offense looked like?
Denver?
Yeah. One game.
Did they have an answer?
No.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know.
really.
What's their best game on offense?
What their games have been pulling it out at the end. Bo Nix has 10 games where they're trailing in the fourth quarter and win?
Yeah.
And his point was you are not going to be able to get away with that. And this offense is going to have to find arguably its best day of the year in order to find a way through.
They scored 44 on Dallas early in the season, but also everyone was throwing on Dallas.
Yes, that's right.
But I would give them that. That's a bad defense, but they put up 44 at home one time. But other than that, yeah, I mean, are you impressed by them scoring 28 on the Bengals? Not really?
No.
You impressed by them scoring 27 at Washington with overtime?
No.
Yeah, I don't see much. 34 against Green Bay maybe is not bad. So maybe there's a couple in here and there. Every time I watch them, though, it was the same thing. Just I don't see anything that's really all that dangerous. There was nobody on that offense that ever scared me. Jacksonville, I would say, might have 3 guys that intimidated me more than anybody on the Denver offense.
Cortland Sutton is good.
He's good.
And Troy Franklin is kind of good. But, yeah, after that, not too concerned. I've got an email worthy of reading to Creed's hire. Thank you to Associate Professor of Biology Todd Backus at SUNY Fredonia, who wrote a lengthy email about the effects of altitude on the body. Ready?
Okay.
Because we're going higher. Todd writes in, I'm an exercise physiology professor. The altitude in Denver is not an issue. There's virtually zero physiological disruption up to 6,000 feet. Mm-hmm. Beyond 6,000, the impact is exponential. In Laramie, at 7,000. And he writes, essentially the binding of oxygen to hemoglobin would decrease from 98% to 95% at Denver's altitude. Of course, everybody knows that. This small change has no physiological impact. I would not dismiss the psychological impact. If you're told the altitude will impact your performance, it very likely will. And then he included a graph illustrating the oxygen hemoglobin dissociation curve.
So what we should do then is stop talking about it.
Yeah, he's basically saying it's not that big a deal.
If you don't think about it, then you're fine.
Which, by the way,
all right,
kind of makes it's funny he says this that after 6,000 it gets exponential because when I think of my time going to Colorado and feeling the altitude, I feel it in Colorado Springs, and I don't remember feeling it in Denver, and that's about 1,000 feet difference.
Okay,
so. Hey, for what it's worth. Also, I was not playing football at Denver. It's just like walking through an airport.
The airport right in Denver?
No, it's east.
Okay.
It's out. I mean, you're on the plains, and then you see the mountains, and then you land.
Gotcha.
Big mountains. You know what's really nice about having mountains like Denver is you always know north, south, east, and west. Always.
Because you know where the mountains are.
Yes, the mountains are west. So
Okay.
wherever you're, look, which way am I going on the highway? Like, I know which way that. You don't need a compass.
I think I have an unusual ability to just know what north, south, east, and west are.
Yeah.
No matter where I am. Yeah.
All right.
I always never have an issue with it.
Joe the Compass DiBiase.
Do you mean you can just look in the sky?
Just,
'Cause
I
that's
feel
what
like I
that
just have a
means.
sense for it.
What way are you facing
My
right now?
My parents can tell you a story of when we were in Cleveland, and I, at like 6 years old, knew we were driving east back towards Buffalo, and we drove for like 20 minutes and then realized, oh, wait, we were driving east back towards Buffalo on the wrong highway.
So
you called them
and
out?
I called it. It's like 6 years old, like 20 minutes
You
earlier.
know what, man? That is an unusual ability
Yeah.
to know direction. It's,
Like a compass. I'm like a human compass.
We'll
which would be
give
the
you a-
lamest superpower of all time.
We'll have to give you a Comrex and drop you in the middle of the woods and see if you can make it back here directional.
That's a good test. Yeah. Michael Scott style.
Yeah.
Can't you just look at the sun and then you know?
That depends.
Not always. I think the time of year probably depends on that.
Yeah.
I
You can kind of know the sun's going to be south-ish and like rise east, set west.
Right.
What if it's night?
Then you're in tough shape.
But in the mountains,
The moon.
Can you
in Denver, you know,
Does his superpower work at night, Joe? Are you capable of going night mode?
This story, when I was 6, it was at night.
Okay, well then, yes.
Since then, yeah, I think still.
All right.
I think I still have a pretty good ability.
All right, I'm in then.
all right, learn something
Speak
every
some
day.
good content for the YouTube channel and just leave me in the woods and see if I can make my way back without a compass.
Leave you in there with a GoPro and a timer.
The next time we get a sports lockout, that's on the list of things
All right.
to do.
Absolutely.
All right, 803-0550. JP Dumont, when we return, it's Sabres reunion night, the 0506 reunion coming your way from KeyBank Center. And we'll talk to former Sabre JP Dumont here on WGR next. And Lukin last night, shout out to UPL because
he was great.
We get a lot of people that are slow to believe in him, and I feel like his season is slowly building to belief again.
Yeah, his last 7-game stretch here has been
pretty good.
pretty perfect.
Yep.
There's been one bad game, I would say, in the 7 games.
Yeah, he is really he's changed some stuff in his game to me, or at least some stuff has clicked for him that really has brought him around a little bit. He's a lot more comfortable on his feet, and he looks like he's just reading the game a lot better. And it's really letting him use his assets that he does have. Like, he's an incredible athlete.
Yeah.
We saw that last night with that first period save on Gerbankin. It was ridiculous. And if he's able to just eat pucks and be on time to plays, he can be very good. But the reason that I have been so hard on him is, he has not shown that he's confident in that ability consistently. And this is a time where, you can build that up. And really start to feel that and build on his game and trend in a good direction. And I've been really happy with a lot of what I've seen from him. Just he's not sliding as much is the biggest thing I see.
Okay.
He's on his feet all the time. And it's everything for him.
Paul, in the story, this game might be the power play, right? Because they were 1 for 21 in their previous, I think it was 10 games going into last night, which was, I think, easily last in the league in that stretch. And I looked up, they'd only generated 26 shots on the 21 power plays. And last night, did you notice a difference? It felt like directly at the beginning of that first power play, it's, okay, we're putting pucks on the net immediately.
Well, Darlene was talking about a shooting mentality to have, and he does. I agree. He's got to shoot more. He's got to make the other team respect the fact that Rasmus Dahlin is back there, and we have to, make sure he's not, finding the lanes and getting shots and that type of thing, because he wasn't shooting all that often. So they could shade over to the two circles and try to take away Thompson and Norris, because Dahlin really wasn't making them respect the shot all that much. So the first power play, there was a lot to like. I thought they moved the puck quick. They got good movement. They, of course, had Zucker at the net where he always is, and he took the goaltender's eyes away from him. And then Dahlin was willing to, wait a minute, okay, they're kind of giving me this opportunity to come down the slot. Do it. Take advantage of that opportunity. And I just think the more that he finds opportunities to shoot the puck on the power play, I think it's going to be better, because now it gives the other team something to think about. So, I just think the movement we saw was good. It was crisp. And, of course, you got Zucker at the net, which also helps, too. Now, the other one that Dahlin scored, my first thought watching it before I got to see the replay is, Zucker ran over the goaltender. Mm-hmm. But then you get to see Zucker got thrown into the goaltender. And but you never know. And it might have
even been after the puck went in, too.
And you never know.
Try to clear it across ice, does. Quick shot. Score! JP Dumont! It's all over! Do you believe? 3-0 Buffalo in games! JP Dumont, 5 minutes and 5 seconds into overtime. This, baby, is history.
Game 3 against the Ottawa Senators in overtime.
The crowd just gives me chills.
I mean, I was at that game. It was incredible moment. And tonight, remembering some of those great moments as the Buffalo Sabres host the Montreal Canadiens this evening at KeyBank Center. It'll be 05-06 reunion night. A number of players back in town to remember that team and celebrate a great time in Sabres history. And they're coming in at a good time in the Sabres present, as they've won 14 out of 16. They win last night, beating the Philadelphia Flyers. Joining us on the Western Hotline is JP Dumont. JP, it's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time this morning.
Thanks for having me, guys.
It's good to be back. I mean, it's good to have you guys back, I should say. You can tell me if it's good to be back. But it's also good to have you guys back and have a night like tonight that's kind of surrounded by a Sabres team that has found a gear that 05-06 team found, because you guys had a win streak of your own.
Yeah, we had a few, like not as, I would say, not as impressive as this one. But, yeah, we had a few during that season. And you're right. It's good to be back, and it's fun to watch. The Sabres play that way right now. It's a lot of fun. Like I said, even if I live in Nashville, I still follow the Sabres, and I'm kind of thrilled right now too that they're playing so well, and it's going to be was a fun game last night, and it's going to be another one tonight.
As we look back at that 05-06 team, you're going to see a lot of faces. Maybe some you do keep in touch with, some that you haven't seen in quite some time.
Yeah, like I said, obviously, there's a few guys that we still keep in touch with, still cross you know, I mean, at the rink once in a while, like, yeah, like even like last night, you know, like Teppo, Newman and Enric, Tyler, like guys that's been a long time. I didn't see Yoke and Ash, right? I mean, so it's been fun. This is the beauty about the team sport. You know, it felt like, you know, we didn't see each other for so long, but it was like yesterday. You know, I mean, all the story came back, and we just chill, watch the game, and just like was so good to see everyone.
When do you think you remember, JP, that team had something? Like you mentioned, like you guys went on a win streak in like the late fall, or maybe like it was into the winter. Was it about the new year? Was it before that? Like when you guys maybe realized as a group that you were onto something?
Yeah, I think it was just more like I said, like, you know what I mean? Like we had to believe in the locker room, like that every time that we really enjoy going to the rink and being there, like, you know, like practice games, like, you know, just being together. So you can feel that, you know what I mean? Like we're all together in the mission, and like felt that everyone was like, you know, bringing a big part of the team. Like, you know, every other night there was another line, another, like, you know what I mean, like saves, like, you know, block shot, big hit, like, you know, fight, the goals, like, you know, like everybody was chipping in their way, and we just felt that it's really hard to describe. Like I said, it was not like a moment, say like, oh man, you know what I mean, like we got something here. It felt it was just like, you know what I mean, the way that we really enjoy being together.
JP, you'd been with the Sabres for a couple of years before that, and a 20-goal scorer multiple times before that 05-06. And then there's the lockout. What do you remember about the return from that? Like, where guys were all kind of splintered off in their own spots. Some guys were in the AHL. What did you do during the lockout?
Like I said, I was here in Buffalo. What happened is I had my first born daughter born in during that time. So I was here during the lockout. Like I didn't want to leave my wife and a newborn baby here and go play in Europe. So I stayed here, trained, and was going back home in Montreal once, probably like a few times to play those little tournaments that some NHL guys put together back home. So I was doing that back and forth, but I stayed here until if I'm not mistaken, until March. And Danny Brier was in Switzerland, and one of the player on the team left the team, so they were looking for a player for the last 3 games of the season. So I packed my bag and I went to Switzerland. I was supposed to be there for 2 weeks, and I was there for 2 months because we went almost all the way to the final. So that was a fun experience. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, the lockout was not fun. It's never fun. But, this is how I stay busy during the lockout. And when we came back, obviously we had a lot of young guys that was able to play in Rochester. So I think that's really give us the boost. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of our guys during the season played, so nobody was really off for the full year. So I think that really gave us an advantage beginning the season.
Yeah, do you remember, because all the rule changes that had happened during the lockout, do you remember like an emphasis on that when you guys came back? Because the thing that I think is remembered about your team, you know, the most, or if not close to it, is that you guys were fast and skilled, and the league had kind of, you know, gone that way.
Yes, definitely. Like I said, especially for the years prior to the lockout, you know, I mean, it was, and like I said, don't get me wrong, right? Like I started my career in 98, 99, so there was a lot of a grabbing and holding back then. And, that game changed, and, the system changed, too. I remember the coaching staff with Lindy, we're, just because of our speed, we're trying to play with 3 men on the rush all the time in the D-joining. So, that was something new for a lot of teams. And I think with our speed, it was a huge factor for us. So, I think that, it was fun playing that way, and I think it was fun for the fans to watch the boys be able to use their speed and their skill set.
That playoff series, the first one, Philadelphia, that's like the first game back for a lot of fans, like to see the team back in the playoffs after a small drought. You guys open up with the overtime victory, and then game 2, you had a hat trick in game 2,
I was just watching the highlights of that, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it was and like I said, when I got to Buffalo, my first year, and we had Ashek in net, we did beat the Flyers as well. So, for me, I was no doubt in my mind we were going to beat the Flyers. It was just something that we kind of did in the playoff, right? So like there was definitely a lot of excitement. The city went like I would say went nuts. It was unbelievable. Like the crowd outside watching the game, and it was insane. It was so much fun, like to be part of something like this, and that's why, like I said, every time I come back and visit and do stuff with the alumni, and we have a chance to talk to the active player, that's what we that's the first thing we tell all the boys, right? It's just boys, just make the playoffs. You'll see something else here. The fans are great, but in the playoff, everybody stepped, not just the players, the fans as well.
Do I remember, this is I'm trying to pull a deep pull here now. Did you have a run-in with Branko Radivojevic in the Philly series? He spear
That's a name.
Did he spear you?
No, I don't.
Might have been somebody else. He's on that Flyers team in 05-06, and I feel like he got a major for hitting somebody or something with a stick. I'm trying to remember, but
what I would notice about that series, I don't know if you remember this, JP, because
Brian Campbell's hit on Umberger. That's why I remember.
Just gonna bring it up because we're all watching highlights from that season in the last couple days. You had almost scored right before that, and I think you're the guy that is skating right towards the hit.
Yes, you know what I mean, this is what everybody watched the video and was like, "Oh, do you know that was coming?" I was like, "No, I missed the goal, so I know I had to back check." So I'm I'm coming back into play, and when I saw that hit happening, I was literally I had the best seat in the house, that's for sure. For that hit, I was right next to it, and definitely changed, the course of that game and the series as well.
Is that the biggest hit you've ever seen playing?
I saw a few different ones, but in the impact, you know what I mean, the timing of it and everything, yes, it's definitely you know what I mean, it was it's everything with it, right? And I mean, the way it happened against the Flyers at home, you know what I mean, everything was this. It was almost like a movie scene, you know what I mean? It was perfect.
Yeah, the crowd popped like a goal in overtime. We played the clip coming in of your goal in Game 3, the overtime winner. And I want to ask you about the goal itself, because it was kind of a weird one, right? It was a floater, but also, man, the difference and the importance of a goal like that, the difference between going up 3-0 in a series versus 2-1, and I just feel like the feeling would have been a lot different depending on the result of that overtime.
Oh, like I said, yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? I just came off the bench for there was a line change. Came off the bench, and Taylor Pyatt crossed the blue line, and I even tried to make a pass across and got tipped. So that's why the puck was up all in the air. So I had to catch it with my glove and put it down. And when I put it down on the ice, it was still fumbling a little bit, so it was not flat. And I just put, I'm not gonna lie to you, I was not aiming there. I was just hit the net. So I put the puck on net, and the little fluffer went over his shoulder and went under the crossbar. So, yeah, it was definitely, like I said, my personal career, you know what I mean, it was definitely the best and the most fun goal that I scored.
JP Dumont joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's Sabres game with Montreal, a reunion for the 05-06 team. And then, JP, you are a player that, you're on that team, and then you end up leaving. You go off to Nashville. Was it bittersweet for you? Because, that team, I don't know how much you guys felt like you should have won the whole thing. I know a lot of fans, myself included, thought, that team should have won the Stanley Cup. And I know shoulda, woulda, coulda. Not really through fault of your own. The team was just absolutely ripped apart by injuries, and it kind of feels like it's a what might have been kind of thing.
Yeah, like I said, as an athlete, you never want to use that excuse, right? And saying injuries, it happened for any team, any sport. But yeah, we like I said, was definitely unfortunate, the injury and the illness that, that kept our decor out of the lineup. But yeah, like I said, it was tough. I definitely didn't want to leave. With the cap and the cap era, and all the players went to arbitration. There was, I think, 5 guys at that time went to arbitration. So there was no really the team didn't really have anybody with long-term contract at that time. So that everybody was kind of on the year by year kind of stuff. So you know, I mean, I'm really fortunate that I end up in Nashville and worked well for me. But like, you know, what I mean, like we that season, I remember like we're always talking about like how great it would have been if we could have, you know, all stayed together for a few years. That was something that we always talk about.
Do you remember what you were feeling, or like what the group's kind of, I don't know, sense was, or like was it disbelief as the Carolina series was undergoing? Like every time an injury was popping up.
At one point, like you're like yes, you're like, you know what I mean. We're like, okay, what else? Like, what else could happen to us? Like, what did we do to get the hockey gods like not being on our side? It was crazy, and even the one with Jay McKee, like, you know what I mean. Like we're on the plane ready to go, and guys said like, hey, like, you know, Chee's not going to play, and we're all like, okay, like it's not funny, like, you know what I mean, like where is he? Like,
right.
You know what I mean, he's a little bit late for the plane, and it was like, no, seriously, he's in hospital, like he's not coming. And we're like, okay, like, you know what I mean, like we literally tell us like, okay, like stop fooling around, like what's going on, right? It was almost like, okay, what else could happen? And don't get me wrong, right? I mean, like that's where the beauty of that team is, like, you know what I mean, we have a lot of guys that came in and step up and play some big roles. Like a lot of guys that, you know, like you step up during the season, that's a lot different than go play like, you know, a conference final, and you have to step up and play some big minutes. So like, you know, credit to the boys that came in and played some big hockey for us.
Yeah. What about Lindy, JP? You played for him for a while. I wonder if you've had run-ins with him since. I mean, he's been in the league still. Are you surprised, by the way, that he's still going?
Like, not surprised, no. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, for me, like, the way that he was, like, you know, adapting to the game and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, the game changed, like, you know what I mean? And at one point, I'm like, okay, like, you know what I mean? Like Lindy was literally there, like, in the 90s and, like, early 2000 when the game was, like, you know what I mean, totally different, right? You know what I mean? Like, there was more, like, you know, defensive core, like, you know what I mean? Like, the veteran, you know what I mean, like like everything changed now, like, you know what I mean, the young guys are coming ready to play, like, you know, 18 and 19 and 20, you know what I mean, a lot of guys don't go play in the American League anymore, right? I mean, like, it's just different, and like the way that he was able to adapt, and like I said, like, I would not say change his style, but like put a little, like, you know, like a few, like tune it up a little bit to be able to adjust to like, you know, those young guys coming in.
JP Dumont on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's reunion for the 05-06 Sabres. JP, thanks for the time, and you know, have a good weekend. You got tonight, you got the catwalk for charity, so a lot of guys in town raising money at Ryan Miller's event as well, and imagine good times for all you guys getting back together.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, JP. So I went and looked at that goal. I want you to do this right now with me, and if you're at home, do this also.
The Game 3 goal?
Yeah. Go watch JP Dumont's goal there. I didn't want to bring this up to him because, well, this is my axe to grind with the NHL right now.
Okay.
All right. Tell me when you finished watching it.
Oh, is there going to be like
no
the play was offsides or something? Is that what we're about to do?
It 100% would have been challenged for offside.
All right, let me look here.
Dumont comes off the bench right onto the blue line. The official, who's the linesman, is on the other side of the ice, and the play turns quick because Pyatt turns gets the puck. I'm not saying it was offside.
Yeah,
I'm saying they would have stopped the celebration to challenge. It would have been challenged. The existence of the challenge, the linesman is not on the line. Look where the linesman is.
I see that, but like Dumont is very clearly, like, his full foot is across the blue line.
I know.
Yeah.
Part of the problem is that you have to go back and check. And now in today's game, you would celebrate and you'd be looking around.
Okay, can I do something here though?
Sure.
Are you on the video? You're on the video?
Yeah.
How long's the video? We're on the same one? Is it 3.5 minutes?
No.
Okay. Skip 2 minutes into it.
Okay.
Or 2.5 minutes into it.
What happens 2.5 minutes?
They're reviewing it.
They did review it.
They're reviewing it.
Okay.
The Sabres were gone. Actually, no, Dumont is still, I'm watching it now. So they've celebrated. Most of the guys have gone back to the locker room. Maybe he's staying out because he's like the first star of the game. It's Marty and JP, and they're looking across, and it looks like they're waiting for a confirmation. So they reviewed it, but they didn't have offside reviews then. So what would they have been looking at?
Great question.
I don't know. That's a good question. They didn't have offside reviews, and I'm watching the video, and like there's like a full minute here. I got the ref on the phone before he says good goal. So that's very strange. So they did it, which still stinks.
Yeah. What a goal. What a game. And then the next day, Barry Melrose picked the Senators to win it in 7.
No.
Yes, he did.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
I do not remember that. Wow. I mean, were the first 3 wins were all in overtime? Or were 2 of them?
2 of them. Game 2, they got wildly outshot and won a close one, and Miller made a bunch of saves.
Right. Yes, that's right.
Maybe Melrose picked it after Ottawa won Game 4. I was also at Game 4, which they lost, and that game might not have been. What's the score there?
Game 4 was 2-1 Ottawa.
Yeah. There's very little to remember about that game. I do remember going into the arena and being there before the game, maybe on pregame, talking about whether or not brooms were going to be allowed in the building because they're going for the sweep. Like, attention, fans, please do not attempt to bring brooms. Maybe they did allow brooms. I don't remember.
Yeah, the Sabres got outshot in Game 2. They won the game 2-1.
48 saves for Miller or 48 shots?
40. I've got Miller having 43 saves on 44 shots.
Okay.
And Emery had 15 saves on 17 shots. That is incredible.
Yeah.
And they won the hockey game. Game 1, though, is still the most electric game of that series.
What a series.
Maybe not the best moment because it's going to be Pominville or even Dumont. Like, those might be the top 2 moments. But
sure, but Game 1, they scored like 12 seconds in, 7 seconds in. It's early.
Game 1,
really early.
Roy scores right away?
I thought it was a defenseman. I thought it was Tallinder.
Roy might have scored right away in a different game. Roy scored on the first shift, like first 20 seconds in one of them.
That might have been Game 1.
Game 1, but the Game 1, it's the end.
Oh, yeah.
It is that jerk Brian Smolinski and his stupid smirk behind the net. It's right after Connolly had tied it, only for Connolly to just rip it right back from him. Oh, I love it.
Brier scored. How about this? I said Tallinder. You said Roy.
It wasn't either of them?
Brier from Roy and Tallinder. Oh. So we were close.
All right, there you go.
We got a point. 35 seconds in, they scored to take the lead.
That was in Game 1?
Game 1. Ottawa scores 2 goals, 15 seconds apart to go 2-1. And then 2-2, 3-2, 3-3, 4-3, 4-4, 5-4, 5-5, 6-5, 6-6, 7-6.
Wow.
What a game.
Game 5, Tallinder scored with 33 seconds in.
Okay.
And I'm looking through Roy's game log right now, and I think, you know what I'm thinking of? The Sabres won in 07 when they were down 3-0. Game 4 in Ottawa?
Yes.
That's the game. Roy scored 10 seconds in. So we were both right. They've done it, but you had the right year. Tallinder on a slap shot, maybe like from the wall, just ripped one.
You know what's a sneaky? Now we're on like 05, or 06, 07. A sneaky, devastating loss was Game 3, 06, 07 against Ottawa.
Is Game 3 after Brier ties it with 8 seconds left?
No, that was here.
Okay.
Game 3, they lose 1-0.
Ooh.
And Miller, the goal he gives up is just a bad bounce. It's a slap shot. I want to say like bounces off the end boards and back into him.
Okay.
It was tough. That one hurt.
I don't remember much about that one.
All right, 1-0 the final?
So maybe Game 2 is the one where Brier ties it right at the end and no one remembers it because they lost in overtime?
I think so.
Yeah, there it is. Game 3. You're right. 1-0.
1-0.
Look at all the penalties called in this game. Alfredson. Second period.
And I'm telling you, it went like off the end boards.
The Sabres had 15 shots in that game.
And that's not great. President's Trophy team, healthy, getting 15 shots.
15 shots on goal.
The one where Brier scores is going to be Game 2, and they lose in double overtime.
By the way, 15 shots with 6 power plays.
Oof.
They had 6 power plays in the game. What is that game? The game that I was thinking of, Brier ties it at the end, double overtime.
Joe Corvo.
Like
a bouncing shot. Just like hit a million people. It's fine.
We should be talking about the other Ottawa series. That one was more fun.
Yeah, we know Game 1. We got Game 2. Game 3 was
Chara. Chara's on that Ottawa team, too.
Yep.
Oh, so many villains. So many easily hateable guys on that Ottawa team.
We had a lot of fun making fun of Chara.
Neil and Chara and Who else? Heatley. Oh.
I think if you remember correctly, if I remember correctly.
Maybe Heatley wasn't there yet.
Chara, that's the era of the Geico commercials with the Geico caveman.
Yeah.
And we were doing...
Oh, you guys made... You and Nick Mandola?
Yeah, probably.
I remember. There were Chara...
Chara eats goats?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean...
Those gotta exist somewhere, right?
Yeah. I mean, there was a sign in the arena, I think, that says Chara eats goats.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, for what? What was I?
Just because he's a big caveman?
506, how old am I? This is some 26-year-old kid working here and being like,
yeah,
let's make signs. Yeah. There's WHIK Radio. Well, I'll take you back. You remember that or no?
No.
We were making fun of all the people in Carolina for being Hicks, and we just had Cletus and Bobby Sue hosting radio shows.
I don't.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that
man.
one.
That's that happened. And when Ottawa the next round, it was Gord.
And you guys were on you guys were in your bag.
We were in our radio bit bag.
Yeah.
Of course, the Bees are the best. That's the best work we've ever done. The Bees are the best.
Yep.
Up there. Anyway. Radio rivalries, all that. The Ottawa song. Nick Mandola performed the Ottawa song live on Channel 7. I think.
Wow.
What a time.
The Ottawa song, the Brawl song, and then the original Ottawa song, right?
What's the Brawl song?
You guys came back, I think, did another Ottawa song before the Brawl.
Maybe.
Because that one exists on YouTube still.
You know what we need is the song is A Fortuna? We need that. Is that the name of it? Yeah. A Fortuna. The big...
I don't know it.
You know the song. We'll play it.
I know the song.
Remember when Ronan Tynan sang God Bless America at like half the games? No?
Yes, I do remember that. He did the Winter Classic too, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a time. Reunion night tonight. Tonight, all your friends will get together and share memories and be like, wait, was that 0506 or 0607?
The other thing too, I don't know how they're going to do it tonight because the ceremony's at 7. The game is supposed to start at like 7:10. So, like, what are they going to play a video probably, and then are they going to introduce the players one by one?
That's a good question.
I said this yesterday with Sal. Like, the one thing I loved about that team, especially like my age group, everyone had a different favorite player.
Yeah.
There were Max guys. I have a buddy who was a huge Jochen Hesch fan. I have another buddy who loved Brier. My brother loved Roy. Like, everyone had their favorite guy that I imagine tonight, like, you introduce them one by one, and everybody that, like, whoever your favorite player was, when that guy introduced, it's like you get up like it's your kid walking across a high school graduation stage.
Well, that's how you know.
Like, that's me. That's my guy.
That's how you know you have a good team. When there are 16 players worth really appreciating.
Right.
Like, I like that defenseman. I like his game. He's good. He does this. He does that. All right, we'll get a break in 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Reunion night on WGR. Tonight, Sabres and Canadiens. Sal Capaccio. Speaking of Bishop, Sal, he's one of the players the Bills have that has extensive experience playing at altitude.
That's right. I asked him about it yesterday. And I didn't know, and I didn't want to be I don't think it's geology expert, maybe? I don't know. What would be the term there?
Geology.
Altitudologist, a topologist.
Oh, okay, there
How
you
about
go.
a topologist, right?
Yeah.
Topography? I don't know.
My mom would tell me I have a tude when I grow up. I think she meant attitude, though, not altitude. So I would say, I asked him, though, I said, I would guess that Utah, you would have played in, higher altitude. And he said, yes, he did. And he
Sneaky
said,
Joe DiBiase here
it can
from
definitely, impact you at times, right? But you just have to make sure you're prepared, know where the oxygen is, and as the game goes on, you could get a little tired if you don't prepare yourself properly. A lot of the guys are talking like that this week. Deion Dawkins talked about an altitude chamber they have at the practice and training facility, and you get on the treadmill, you go in the altitude chamber. Josh Allen played at an altitude of higher than Mile High, 2,000 feet higher, the highest altitude you could play in, I believe, in college football at Laramie, Wyoming. And he basically said, look, I think I'm gonna paraphrase. It's kind of like mind over matter. Like, you don't think or talk about it, you just prepare for it and you go out there and you do it.
Right, yeah, Laramie, Wyoming, Sal. It's if you include NFL, FBS, and FCS, he played, Allen did, in the highest elevation stadium you can play in. And by 2,000 feet over Denver, by the way.
It is amazing. And I get it. Like, again, I'm not a medical expert here, but I have people telling me about this and that, and lots of Twitter experts telling you all about it. And I know some people have experience, some people don't. And the general gist I get from a lot of people, though, is if you've lived out there, and like that's what Cole said. He's like, look, I lived out there, right? But now I haven't been there in a while. And that's the thing, too. If you live out there and you leave, and then it's probably different for everybody if you just play once in a while. But, guys, I mean, Green Bay went out there. Jacksonville went out there, right? I mean, you look at some of the teams that actually had some success going out to Denver this year and playing. It's a football game, and it's just going to come down to that. I don't think it's going to come down to the altitude, but you certainly have to be prepared.
Not enough. There are these little, shots that are being fired our way that are, because I went into the week being really confident. And it's like, bam, there's wide receiver injuries, but they're depth wide receiver injuries, but Shavers blocks. And like, okay, no, that's not enough. That's not enough to make me nervous. And then Poyer is probably going to miss. And like, that's important, but no, not enough. Not enough to make me nervous. The elevation. Like, oh, they're not used to the elevation. Not enough. I haven't had a thing come across our table here yet that has made me nervous about this game. I'm still pretty darn confident that they're going to win it.
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Mainly because I listened to Joel Klatt, him, like ESPN,
college football
and NFL guy. And what he said was, can you guys, he was talking to the Denver radio guys, and Mark Schlereth is on the show, and said, can you guys think of a single game they played this year where you were happy with what the offense looked like?
Denver?
Yeah. One game.
Did they have an answer?
No.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know.
really.
What's their best game on offense?
What their games have been pulling it out at the end. Bo Nix has 10 games where they're trailing in the fourth quarter and win?
Yeah.
And his point was you are not going to be able to get away with that. And this offense is going to have to find arguably its best day of the year in order to find a way through.
They scored 44 on Dallas early in the season, but also everyone was throwing on Dallas.
Yes, that's right.
But I would give them that. That's a bad defense, but they put up 44 at home one time. But other than that, yeah, I mean, are you impressed by them scoring 28 on the Bengals? Not really?
No.
You impressed by them scoring 27 at Washington with overtime?
No.
Yeah, I don't see much. 34 against Green Bay maybe is not bad. So maybe there's a couple in here and there. Every time I watch them, though, it was the same thing. Just I don't see anything that's really all that dangerous. There was nobody on that offense that ever scared me. Jacksonville, I would say, might have 3 guys that intimidated me more than anybody on the Denver offense.
Cortland Sutton is good.
He's good.
And Troy Franklin is kind of good. But, yeah, after that, not too concerned.
their dreams. The team is from Ottawa. The Senators is their name. Soon to be inducted in the Golfing Hall of Fame.
It's a trash talking song from, I think, Toronto. Yeah, they had the original Ottawa song. They spell Canada with a K. And then we spoofed that with Nick Mandola, making our own Ottawa song for playing Ottawa in the playoffs. I'm pretty sure that one's from Toronto, though. Now, 0506 night. Of course,
Can't wait.
A lot of football on the way, too. Bills and Broncos. You got Sean McDermott coming up with Sal at in the 10 o'clock hour, I believe.
And we're going to get game designations today, which I think the name I'm watching most is Ty Johnson.
I think he's going to be out.
Yeah, I wonder, though, if he's questionable at all, maybe like one practice would be enough for him to tough it out and want to play him. But the other thing that's tough, though, if he's battling through an ankle injury, he's a guy you throw screens to. Like, you don't want the guy, like if you're a lineman or you're a Shavers level receiver where like blocking is a big part of your job, like maybe you can get away with ankle injury. But when your job is like to run routes and to make people miss on short passes, that's not the injury. That's not the guy you want with that injury, I don't think.
One other memory of 0506, just random here.
Yeah.
Bruce in North Tonawanda is going to kind of spark one for me. Hey, Bruce, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. 0506, my friend and I, Bill, we knew something was going on, and we scalped tickets and paid like crazy for them. But a quick story, we wound up with tickets behind the Philadelphia Flyer bench, just above the glass, so if you yelled loud enough, they'd hear you. Had a couple of beers in us, and my friend Bill goes, "Hey, Hatch, we need a guy for our beer league. You'd be the fastest guy on the team." And the team turned around. They were mad. The whole crowd went crazy. It was just a real good time that day. That's all I got, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Darian Hatcher. I remember, here's something else, like Joe, like this is me, the old, telling you about that time. Harbaugh Center did not exist.
Right.
So it was a parking lot. You'd walk through a parking lot. And, Bruce on the screen said, like, Bruce remembering scalping tickets. I remember that's a time where if you wanted to go to a game, there's a pre-StubHub life, and many people lived it long before me, where you want to go to the game, you don't have tickets. You know what you do? You walk down to the arena, and you look for someone outside and say, "I'll give you 40. And he's like, "No, 60. Like, all right. And you wait.
Right.
And you wait outside, you wait for more people to go, and you wait for the price to drop. Like, I got $40. I have $40 to give you for this ticket. Like, no, tickets are 60 or tickets are 100, tickets are 80. Actually transactions with cash on the street, buying a ticket, very different than what it is today.
I'm looking at game 1 right now.
Flyers?
Yeah, game 1 against the Flyers. So it goes to double overtime. I want to take a guess at how many minor penalties were called in that game.
Oof.
The league was so different that year. 24 minor penalties were called in that game.
Wow.
I mean, 24 minor penalties.
5 periods of hockey.
Some of them might have been matching. The Sabres were 0 for 9 on the power play that day.
Wow.
I mean, that's insane.
Mark in Tonawanda's up. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Man, what a time. Those are some of the best memories I had just with my dad. I remember him saying, I might not have tickets now. Let's go down and just see if we can get them. And that was in itself was just so exciting to do. But I had a question for you guys. We can all agree 13 seconds was absolutely horrible, right? I mean, it was absolutely gut-wrenching. I was there. Would you trade – let me think how to word this. Would you go through 13 seconds again if that meant Drury and Brier stayed on the Sabres and this group did not break up the way it did? Because I think, looking back on it, that was horrible, too. I wanted the talking point for you guys. I want to hear what you had to say. I'm going to have to listen. Thanks, fellas.
I thought you were going to offer me something in the future instead of like we get to go back in time and undo that. And what happens differently if they both just sign extensions? I mean, Briere was awesome for multiple years afterwards.
Yeah.
Drury not as much, right?
No, he had like a illness thing that affected his play a little bit, I think, after. But no, he was kind of done after Buffalo. I mean, sure, like they would have continued to probably be amazing.
The thing about another 13 seconds, and I don't want to speak this into existence.
I gotta go through another one of those.
We don't have another 13 seconds. We do have a tush push spot was kind of maybe whack. We have a Diggs drop at home. We have other losses that are just not named as such. If they lose a game to Denver, I don't know if we'll have a name for it. It won't maybe be.
Well, it depends if there's a moment that like leads to the loss.
Sure, there might be I feel there are future heartbreaks coming for us. Hopefully not this year. And then of course there's if you win the Super Bowl, does a heartbreak hit you the same way? Like let's say you have the Super Bowl and 13 seconds happens in a bid to repeat. You're still upset about it.
Yeah, it's still it'd be so hurt.
But it's not an identifying core memory, I think, of your life.
No, it's not it's not really part of your legacy in the same way. If you had already won. Right? Like, and I think that's kind of why they need the Super Bowl. Like, it still is there at the top of the list.
Oh yeah.
Like, we don't talk about it that much because it stinks. But like, if they don't, I don't want to say if they don't win one. Them winning one will eliminate that as a thing they'll be remembered for.
Yes.
And you don't want that. For all the good that's happened with Allen and winning divisions and, breaking the drought in the first place and then winning all these, making the playoffs all these years in a row. Like that one cloud there of, but 13 seconds happened. Like just erasing that. It's not why you want to win the Super Bowl, but it's part of it. And I think right now, that's at the top of the list. I mean, some of those core memories, like, that can never be erased. Like, they're still in a position where they can erase it. It's like the Brier team. They only had 1 year to erase the Carolina series and the heartbreak that was. And then it's just like, oh, this is over. And now what do we remember about those teams? We remember how great they were, but we also remember Game 7. And the injuries and the puck sitting between Fitzpatrick's feet and Brindamore and all of it. So,
I was at Game 5.
Game 5, and that was in Carolina?
Carolina, yeah.
Not at Game 7?
No, Game 5 they blew a 3-1 lead.
Where were you Game 7?
Cozumel.
Cozumel? Oh, yeah. We talked about this.
Cozumel.
You were in Cozumel. Sal was in Germany. Who was here?
No, not Cozumel, like Mexico, like the bar, Cozumel.
Oh.
There was a bar on Elmwood.
Okay, I guess I don't remember the story
Inexplicably
very well,
at Cozumel for Game 7. Really didn't want, I went to Cozumel plenty. It just wasn't exactly like a place to go to watch a game.
Sure.
Or a hockey game. I was at Cozumel. It was nice outside. What are you going to do? Yeah. Game 5 in Carolina. Game 6, Pearl Street. I went down for Game 6. I went down to try to scalp tickets. Like I told you, like you go down and try to scalp tickets, and I couldn't. I just couldn't get them. So I didn't go in, and I watched the game at Pearl Street. That's one of the more forgotten goals in Sabres history. They score in overtime in Game 6 to force Game 7.
Brier.
Yeah. Afinogenov was close.
I think the puck bounced over his stick. It was going in anyway.
Yep.
It hits Ward. It goes up in the air, and then it falls behind him and dribbles in.
You want to have a good time, just go watch some Danny Brier highlights. It might even be that. Nah, probably not that goal. You want to go watch Danny Brier highlights, and you know what you're going to come away with?
Yeah.
Zone entries. Carrying the puck into the zone.
Oh, man.
Absolute.
He would come in with 1,000 miles an hour and then slam on the brakes.
A wizard at gaining the zone and giving guys space and time. Yep.
That year, like, it was mentioned yesterday when Afinogenov was on with Marty and Brian, that he led that team in points. But part of the reason he led that team in points, he had 73, was Brier was injured that year.
Yeah, the sports hernia surgery.
He only played 48 games. He was on a 100-point pace that season. Like, that was... I wonder what that would have been on the level. Like, we're watching Samuelson do this now, where he takes this massive step forward.
Brier's was the guy that was waived by Phoenix.
A waiver guy that you then traded for. Gratton got traded for, so it wasn't like a high-level deal.
Yep.
And then just bam, out of the lockout, he's a 100-point player, or at least on pace for it.
He was great. He was here yesterday.
At least his team was. I think he was here yesterday.
Yeah. 803-0550 if you want to join us. Extendo Sports, then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. All right, Sal, on to the injury report. The Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm Injured Call, 1-800-8-million. The number one name I'm watching here, because I feel like we have a couple of players we expected to be out, and then we have a couple of players we'd hoped would make progress. And Ty Johnson has missed a second consecutive day of practice, so like it is potentially not looking good for Ty Johnson.
I agree with that. Last week, even, I was holding out hope when he had 2 days of practice, and I think he actually got to limited on the last day, but he never made it, be able to play in the game. And you have a shorter week here, but I figured, okay, maybe another week you get Ty Johnson back in, and just hasn't happened this week. And with the short week, you wonder. Now, obviously, Ty Johnson could just kind of seamlessly go in and be a part of the game plan. But there is something to be said for practicing and game plan and reps and, understanding everything, especially against a team like this that's going to bring pressure and get after the quarterback, So I think at this point, we'll find out from Sean McDermott today, but hasn't looked good for 2 days for Ty Johnson.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at safety, this might be the biggest who's going to be there kind of thing, because with no Jordan Poyer, Damar Hamlin is close to a return, and you've got Jordan Hancock and Cam Lewis. What would you expect the Bills to ultimately decide to do?
It's a great question. Matt Bove and I really talked about this yesterday on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. People can hear the podcast because we go a little bit more in depth on this, but the basic Cliff's notes for me is I think the Bills have generally operated where they feel comfortable having somebody back there with communication that understands exactly what needs to be done on a play-to-play basis. And I think last week they lost a little bit of that when Jordan Poyer went out and Jordan Hancock went in. So you can look at it one of two ways. To me, you could say, okay, Jordan Hancock gets a full week of reps. He's going to be better in that situation. And I could understand that. I think Cam Lewis, though, has done a really nice job when he's had to fill in there. And I think he would very well, be a guy you could turn to here. The problem is, if you do that, you might be losing your dime safety in those situations because Cam's got to play regular safety. But you also have Darnell Savage on the roster now. Let's not forget him. And then when it comes to Damar Hamlin, that's just the X factor here for me. Like, does this team trust right away to put Damar back there where he did start last year? He started against this team in the playoffs last year, and he gives you a certain floor, but man, he has not played in a while, right? There's a time on task. I do think Damar, though, would help on special teams and have him activated.
Hey, if you're looking to get away during the spring and looking for a trip, check out the Buffalo Football Legends Cruise, presented by Sojourn Travel Advisors. Sal is hosting. Thurman Thomas, Steve Tasker, Fred Jackson, Doug Flutie all be a part as well. Setting sail from Miami, May 10th through the 17th, aboard Celebrity Cruise Lines Beyond, going to Puerto Plata, Tortola, and more. You can lock in your spot now at buffalofootballlegends.com. So Harbaugh to the Giants, huh?
Yeah. It's good. It's fine.
That's
right?
Is that going to work? What does he really offer at this point?
He's a good CEO of a franchise that could probably use that. He probably has good connections, can hire a good staff, right? Todd Monken, whether you like him or not, like Monken is a qualified OC. He might get his entire Baltimore staff or a good chunk of it.
That's fair. The Giants, if they're just looking for a guy who's a professional at it, can you name all their coaches since Tom Coughlin? Because some of them are just
Joe Judge. I mean, Brian Dable, Joe Judge, and there's another guy, Ben McAdoo.
Ben
McAdoo.
Yeah. Pat Shurmur is the other one in the middle. But, Joe Judge, Ben McAdoo, those guys were just kind of clowns. And then, love Dable or hate him, the Giants, I wonder how they feel about him being, so fiery and, yelling, and temperament might be a thing they're looking for, professional coach. I get it for them. I don't know. I just would be looking for the young guy. Give me the young guy that is an X's and O's wizard. That's where I want to start.
I feel like Harbaugh could identify someone like that and get that guy in.
Yeah.
But
if it works, then you lose him.
That's true. But credibility. The Giants might feel like they need credibility.
Yep.
And, the crosstown rivals, the Jets, they don't appear to have that right now.
True.
Other coaching search, I saw Tennessee. They were hoping to talk to Harbaugh, so now they kind of got to start all over again because they probably would have liked him.
I saw more Dolphins Chris Shula noise yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, this week a lot of candidates will come out. Let's say, who are the candidates that could lose this week? If Seattle loses, that's Clint Kubiak for sure. If the Niners lose, it's Robert Saleh, who's going to get some attention. If the Bills lose, it's Joe Brady. If the Broncos lose, it's Davis Webb that's getting plenty of run here.
Right.
I don't know if Vance Joseph's going to get another look. The Rams, Chris Shula is right there. I also saw the Steelers have talked about the Rams passing coordinator. I don't know how to say his name, but he's a potential hot name new candidate.
Yep.
Then there's, who are we missing? The Patriots and the Texans. I don't know too many names from those two that have been thought of as hot candidates.
Wow, there was a Josh McDaniels Raiders thing, wasn't there?
Yeah.
About them doing that again?
I'd be floored. All right, we're back tomorrow for a Football Friday. We'll recap reunion night for the 05-06 Sabres and get ready for Bills and Broncos. Talk to you tomorrow here on WGR.